From the legends of memory and storage, Crucial brings you the ultimate performance in gaming. Legendary products, precision engineered for speed and stability. Crucial Ballistics.
Welcome everyone to AMD Ryzen and Windows 11 present the Esports Club Challenger Series for Valorant, powered by Crucial alongside our broadcast partner Loco. I'm CCV, joined alongside Universe, and today, oh boy, Qualifier 1, the final 4 teams remain. Now, out of these 4 teams, we had started with hundreds and hundreds of teams, over 1,000 players had registered. Now, it's just down to 20 or so players and 4 teams remaining, out of which 2 will be moving on forward and securing a spot in the group stages alongside the 4 invited teams that we have. We'll have 2 more teams joining later, and overall, what I'm trying to say is in the group stages, we'll have the 8 best teams in South Asia competing against each other, and the best 4 will be qualifying for the finals in the LAN event. You know, we are taking a look at the schedule as well of the Challenger Series. Right now, Universe, we're about to finish up with Qualifier 1. Still a big question, which will be the final 2 teams to qualify. Of course, tomorrow onwards, the second qualifier start as well. What are your expectations from the next set of matches that we have?
Well, I would say that, the whole situation that has developed around these 4 teams has been that they have shown their consistency across multiple different challenges. And to come down to this final day, where only 2 will go ahead, and then the remaining 2 who will not qualify today will have to start all over again to come in from the next qualifier, hoping that this time there's no other team that, will topple them over. It's going to be a difficult one, that's for sure. To come to the final and then lose your way to start all over again is really a difficult thing, to take in. But at the same time, even if they do lose, they can consider Qualifier 2 as a second chance. It's not as if this is done and it's completely over. You don't get a chance to go to the group stages, right? You have another chance. So either one of lethal or metal today, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be making it to the group stages directly, whereas we will be awaiting to see whether or not the side of metal or lethal, whoever loses, will come back again in the qualifier 2 to try and make it through to the group stages if at all they can. Because it is a difficult situation, that's for sure. And if you look at what's up for grabs here, it is that huge 15 lakh prize pool, out of which if you are able to make it to the TEC Arena, you will be getting that 7.5 lakh prize money if you finish first over there. But hey, ladies and gentlemen, if you haven't already, check the description, check the pinned message. You can too be a part of this huge esports gaming festival. Go and check out the link to register yourself for a free ticket to the arena, to the TEC Arena, which is happening in Bangalore. And if you make it here, you don't only get to see the high octane action of the players who are going to be playing the top four, but also you will get to meet a couple of them, some big influencers as well, and a lot more activities that are planned in Bangalore for you guys. TEC Arena is the place to be on the 12th, 13th, and 14th of August. And if you want to be a part of this, all you have to do, go to that link, register right now, get yourselves to Bangalore, no matter which corner of the country you are in, because this is going to be amazing. And we would love for each and every one of you to be a part of it.
Absolutely. So it is going to be very, very electrifying right there. We'll have just so much to offer, not just in terms of the Challenger Series for Valorant, for other tournaments as well, for other esports titles, community tournaments. There will be a lot. Again, the venue hosts thousands of people. So, get yourself there, get your friends, get a train ticket, just travel there however you can for all three of the days, because it is going to be amazing. But still, that's now a month away, actually less than a month away. I'm still counting down the days. Today, we have Medal Esports up against Lethal as our first matchup. And now Medal and Lethal, two different, different teams, but obviously similar stories that they've had respectively in South Asian Valorant. Both of these teams have been building themselves up from the ground up. They have been picking apart their opponents one by one by one. They've been getting stronger and stronger and stronger. They've made lots of roster changes. They've had players join their teams. They've had players leave the organizations. All of that has happened. But now, again, much like the other teams that are looking to qualify, with the likes of True Rippers and Revenant, both of these teams also want to finalize these rosters in the long run. They want to secure a spot, and they want to make sure that they are a solid part of South Asian Valorant. And again, this is going to be an excellent example of that. If Medal or Lethal, whoever wins, they can get themselves a qualification. They can go in the group stages, and in the group stages, they can be in the top four. Going into the arena, it is going to be absolutely detrimental for their side, and it's going to be so much more helpful in the longer run. Seeing the progress these teams will be able to make, going from round of 258s all the way to a LAN event, it is going to be massive for their side. But in order for that to happen, the one final obstacle remains. Universe. We've seen both of these teams battle against each other many a times here at the Esports Club, different tournaments all over South Asia. We've also seen these teams in the Challenger Series in the first qualifier battle against so many others. I mean, Lethal Esports, they just defeated QQQ as well yesterday. They move on forward. Medal as well have been having a great journey. So now, all the way from the round of 256s, both of these teams are right here. The one final best of three remains, yet it is going to be the toughest task that they have in front of them. Are there any thoughts you have as to which team may have an advantage in the BO3?
Well, I for one believe that while Metal have had a pretty great run, I'd still say that the side of Lethal are a team that's a little bit well-rounded. While there is a bit of a change that did come in recently, Rafa is currently not playing with the roster. It is Saibal who's subbing in. Yeah. Rafa is subbed out at the moment. I think he has gone home, which could be something that could throw them off a bit, because Rafa has been a part of the squad for quite a while now, and they've done some pretty great work. Honestly, they came to the final of the Community Cup, which did not go their way, but still, it is something that they would love to take with themselves towards the end, and get into the group stages and find themselves a way to get through to that TEC Arena, which is going to be a very, very difficult journey, of course. But to get to there, they need to find their victory today. And I think that Medal Esports, while they are facing a very strong Lethal team, this is a team that right now is actually at one of their vulnerable moments. I wouldn't say weak. I don't think they're weak, but I think they are definitely vulnerable, because they have got a substitute in, right? And that substitute is not exactly been with them in terms of the main roster for quite some time, so it could throw them off a bit. But looking at the performance yesterday, Saibal did have a pretty great performance yesterday, right? He did really well. And I hope that continues today for Lethal, because I believe, at least in my opinion, I think that Lethal will be qualifying today. But if Medal does, I'm going to have no objections whatsoever, because they're a team which has struggled for a while to get where they are. And if they find themselves in the group stages at the end of this best of three, kudos to them. And I will be happy to see them through towards, the group stages.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not like once you're in the group stages, you're already securing a spot for yourself in the entirety of like the arena being the top four. No, you have to fight for it against seven other teams who are looking for the same result. It's not going to be easy for the likes of Medal Esports, but definitely, like you said, a spot in the group stages is very, very deserving, considering the fact that
Yep.
they had the single elimination journey here so far, the ups and downs. It has still been victories nonetheless, no matter how the maps, the matches have gone. Yet in front of them lies the final hurdle. And yeah, as I said, it is going to be the toughest one. Overall, speaking of the challenges as well, let's have a look very, very quickly at the map veto. See on which fronts these fights are going to be fought out. Because honestly, the veto will and definitely is going to play a major role. Seeing the kind of preference many of these teams have for particular maps. And as I say that, the best example I can give of that is, yeah, Lethal Esports choosing the map of Bind. Now, Lethal have been looking quite well on Bind so many times. I still remember the
Mm-hmm.
Challenger Series, the match that they had played, the map where they won against Revenant. I think it was 13-3, 13-4, where Lethal brought out this triple initiator, Sky, Breach, and Fade, and it worked brilliantly. Other prominent compositions of there include the Yoru as well. Like they run a double duelist, double initiator. Like you have a Jet and a Yoru, you have a Sky and a Fade. Everything is working. So strategically, Lethal are doing something very, very differently compared to other rosters. But they've been shut down with these kinds of comps as well. So I definitely hope they must have worked on their strategic plays on the map of Wine very recently. Medal choosing Ascent, again a no-brainer for their side, one of their most played maps, and overall Medal know how this map goes through and through. They're like, okay, we are aware of how Ascent will be played, we know how we can push through, and essentially how we can maneuver our way around. It is going to be very vanilla, but who knows, with the recent changes Ascent has been seeing as well, less and less of Sova, more and more of KO Breach and Breach and Sky, even to some extent Fracture. Esports in that way, and Fracture will be the final frontier. In all honesty, for me, in my predictions, Lethal will be winning their own map pick, Medal will be winning theirs, and it is going to be a best of three going to the decider.
Yeah, I think that this map pool does in the end favor Lethal, because I watched them play yesterday. They love Bind, and Ascent is also something that they are absolutely okay with. It is one of their strongest maps. It's very difficult to see how exactly this will turn out to be a medal best of three, because I think that medal might have a good chance on Fracture, but that is only if it goes to Fracture, because Bind is a map that I think Lethal haven't lost in the last 7 to 8 games. I don't think they've lost it at all. Their double initiator, double duelist combo is an absolute joy to watch. Their W gaming playstyle helps them perfectly. And to couple that all of that with the firepower that is brought in by Sensei, because he, as the Jet, plays their operator, plays the rifle if need be, supported by Marzel. Just brilliant stuff from them overall. And especially on Ascent as well, they do not let go of that, push the key button. They
Yeah.
just do not stop at any cost to try and find the first picks, whether they're on attack or on defense. And that's a really good thing that I love about Lethal. They have a very particular playstyle that they do not give up on no matter what happens. And that's what I really love about Lethal. But against Medal, they're a very strategic team. They've got players like Easy, they've got players like God Vexy, who like to play a little bit more disciplined. They love to play a little bit passive game. They don't really run out unless there's a set strategy for them to follow up upon. But yeah, I would still say that currently the upper hand is held by Lethal. And given that even on both, it's actually both sides now that the roster has, gone through a little bit of change, because we had Tricky come in
Yeah.
as well, right? So Tricky has been a little bit on the up and down side. He's not been able to perform as well as we would expect. He's a very young, prodigious talent, but I think the pressure of the esports competitions that are at the highest level might be getting to him now. He needs a little bit more, settling time into this,
Sure.
region. So he will get there. He's had a couple of sparks, I believe, and that was on the map of Fracture as well, which I believe was against Revenant in the Community Cup itself. I believe in the previous in the quarterfinals, or I believe, in the upper bracket semifinals, where they beat Medal and they had a very convincing run as well. Uh, Tricky had a very slow start on Fracture, but then when he went on, to play in the second half, he picked it up. He picked up the pace and he did very well. I think in the first half he had about 4-5 kills, and then when he finished the second half, he was at about 18 to 19. So this guy definitely has the potential, but I think it's just about settling in with the team and the way that they function that is required for him to take in. It's more of a it's like when you put a dry sponge in water. It takes time to soak in that water, right? So he is that sponge right now. He's getting into the water that is Medal, and they're trying to innovate his play style, because I've seen Tricky play, and he's more of that technically gifted jet player, but because he is the primary duelist of the team, he needs to be proficient on the Neon, on the Rays, and if need be, any duelist for that matter, or a secondary initiator if they go for a no duelist lineup for maps like Icebox. But that's not there here. But hey, all things said and done, Medal and Lethal both have a player who've come in and are looking to find their places in the team while the rest of the core sticks around. Let's see if it works out for either of them, because one of them is going to go through to the group stages today, ladies and gentlemen. The agent selection should be coming up in just about a second. And as we go into that, I want to ask you, CCV, any final thoughts before we head into this? Because it seems like, for me at least, Lethal have it all under control.
True, it should be, but let's have a look at the compositions. I highlighted this previously, and this is going to be my major talking point, is that what kind of comp are Lethal looking for already? Android back on the Yoru, it is going to be double initiator, double duelist. One change though. Saibal is not playing the Sky. Usually when we have seen this comp from the side of Lethal Esports, they've gone for the same. Practically everything is the same. Jet and Yoru, Brim as the only controller. Fade is there, but they have picked up Sky. This time, that is not going to be the case. As for the members of Medal Esports, they are also looking for something similar. It all depends on Fox. Which agent archetype is he going to go for? Is he also looking for that double initiator? But with Ezzy being, on the chamber, they are focusing a lot on their defense. And that's honestly what you need. Lethal Esports on Bind, they have a severely high attacking win rate, which is something I've noticed. I'm sorry, I forgot the exact statistic, but they have like around 57-58% attacking win rate overall, which is a lot more than what you would expect. So Lethal can convert those attacking rounds, and they can just get that slight advantage if needed. But looks like Fox will be confirming with that breach, so it is going to be double initiator on the side of Medal Esports. Raze as their duelist, something I haven't mentioned. Raze, tricky on the Raze. Raze as an agent, always amazing, especially on the map of Bind. Close quarter combat, the pain shells, the boom bots, even the showstopper whenever it's brought out, going to be of a lot of importance, a lot of relevance, but Lethal are not going in that direction. With the recent Yoru buffs that have taken place as well, Android is going to have a lot more comfortable time going in and out of that ultimate that he has. With the ultimate now lasting 12 seconds instead of 10, and the quicker draw of the weapon after you exit out of it, Android may be able to pull some of those clutch plays. No KO spotted as of now. I think that will be the case once we go head on over to Ascent. But yeah, yesterday, one of the things we saw is that the new agent changes are definitely affecting the teams, with the exception of Phoenix, because he's still not in the meta. Just slight more.
Slight more, you might say, but I still say that until Phoenix gets an ability like Neon to just slide across or find something, he's not coming back. But let's just hope that his ultimate gives him, wings to fly. I don't know, man. Give him an extra bit of 10 seconds maybe on that ultimate. Then he's going to be useful. But for now, let's find out which of these 10 agents that are on the map of Bind are going to be the most impactful. Sensei already looking for a bit of a spam fire kill towards Showers, as it has been smoked off by the defense. And now, this is Medal holding their ground, and Lethal actually not really playing their aggressive front, are they?
No, I mean, looking at the initiators as well, they haven't used up a lot of the utility. Now the Prowler goes through inside of Showers. Sensei clears it, he dashes in. Oh, and finally, Showers control has been taken by Lethal with minimal use of utility. Only one Fade Prowler. They get the ultimate orb back as well. But now it's the retaliation from the side of the defenders. And the initial kill goes in favor of Tricky. He gets rid of his arch nemesis. But over on the other side of the A-bomb side, Lethal Esports also strike. Now it's a question of, are they looking to execute? No, they teleport away. The spike still towards Cave. It will be picked up very soon. On towards the A-bomb side. Android as lost as a bat. Right there gets picked off by God Vexy. Lethal Esports still looking to continue with that execute. And so far, thanks to Lucia, it is working. The spike's going to go down. But Medal, they've got plenty of time to launch
30
a
seconds
retake.
left. Spike planted.
2 versus 2. One player pretty damn low on the side of the defense. And that is Fox, as Tricky is trying to make a flank happen, but he's down to 70 HP as well. So both the players of Ellie playing this perfectly, and all they need is one hit and they've got it. Lucia with a 4, and now it's Tricky who's going to be detected, doesn't even stick it to the half line, so they don't need to be worried about him because he's not going to be doing this defuse. They've got to push in full technique, but Tricky blasts Marzel off the server, and now it's on to one player, Lucia. And Lucia knows that Tricky is not sticking this defuse. Tricky is confused. He's been tricked, but he will get the defuse either way. The clutch comes through. No, it doesn't. He gets away. Lucia does more than enough to just keep it at bay, and all he needed to do was distract Tricky. And with that, the pistol comes into the hand of Lethal, but with a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, Lethal Esports, they had that trouble finding that initial kill in towards the bomb side, any form of entry. I mean, Sensei died in Showers, Android being the next duelist on board. Even he was without a frag and just straight up kill. But then Lucia stepped up, I mean, with a 4K nonetheless. And, he got B-side control. He bought his team enough time to plant the spike. Unfortunately for them, yeah, the post-plant still Medal had that... Medal had that advantage when it came to the positioning. Although Lucia held on, he wasted all the time Medal could have bought for themselves, and he eventually led his team into victory. Right now, round number 2, going to be a full-on anti-eco, like a proper anti-eco from the side of Lethal Esports. We are spotting 4 Spectres, full armor, Vandal on the Brimstone as well. He is looking to farm those ultimates. I'm very, very sure by the end of this round, Lucia will have the orbital strike ready, and that's what I love to see. Ultimate farming from these teams. Or as a Brimstone, without any Sentinel that Lethal Esports have, because they're not repping any Sentinel, Brimstone has to be that pseudo Sentinel. He has to delay the attackers as long as possible. Now, those smokes and his Molly as well, they do an excellent job. Thing is that as long as Lucia keeps on getting those orbital strikes, it's going to be more and more and more useful. Granted, him getting a 4K was so much more useful to him farming his ultimate, but I think Lethal Esports will be prioritizing that. Marzel with 3 ultimate orbs, Lucia with 5 already. These are the kind of ults they want to focus on defense. On attack, absolutely it's going to swap. Cybele with the Rolling Thunder, it's going to be a necessity, but that's the plan Lethal Esports have. As for Medal, I mean, they've got Ezzy on the chamber, really, and this is the attacking half. So, God Vexy with the Seekers, Fox and the Rolling Thunders, those are the kind of ults they're looking for. But unless they have a very specific plan for ult harvesting, it's going to be all equal for them. They really don't have a specific, theory, unlike what I'm thinking Lethal Esports have brought here.
Yeah, that is true. I think that the ultimate economy is going to be very important in this, because the last time we saw Lethal play, their Breach ultimate from Cybele, adding on to the Nightfall by Marzel, and of course the Dimensional Drift that came in from Android, they came about multiple times in the half. And it was very, very useful. And not to forget, Lucia was farming ultimate orbs every now and then. His orbital strike was in constant contention with the players of Triple Q, which, well, to be very honest, it was like raining orbital strikes every now and then. So this team loves their ultimates. They play them really well, and it does work out for them to get them the win. They did win out 13-9 yesterday. And back on Bind again, where they're looking for that, similar sort of situation to happen. I think that Lethal, with what they have, should be absolutely okay. For the
Yeah.
moment, it's only been,
Yeah.
I mean, it's been one round.
Yes. Yeah, that's the thing. It's only been a single round, and already Lethal Esports, it wasn't very easy for him, but they still got it. Now the anti-eco is going to be helping them a lot. As right now, if anyone is still wondering, I think we have a disconnection from God Bexy in the server on the side of Medal, and we're just waiting on him to rejoin. But overall, taking a look at the Lethal players as well, again in the boot camp, all calm and collected. But is this going to be their expressions after the events of Bind, or after Ascent takes place as well? If Lethal face a setback, it is going to be a lot more difficult for them to counter back. So yeah, Metal Esports, last time we've seen them here against Lethal, it's been ups and downs really. But now, when all is said and done, it's just this best of three that matters. Whatever has happened in the past, here in the Challenger Series, previously other tournaments, none of it matters. What matters is the fact that whichever team wins, they will be securing a spot in the group stages. This is it. There will be no more contention after this. You either win or you go home, you register for the second qualifier, you start playing from tomorrow. Again, the grind really never stops. Or you buy yourself a full free week before the group stages start, because that's also a huge benefit, universe, to the two teams who will be qualifying right now from group stages. Out of the
Yeah.
four that we have, we've got Medal, we've got Lethal, we have Revenant, and we've got True Rippers. And yeah, out of these four teams, whichever two qualify, they don't have to play in the second qualifier, obviously. So they will have an entire week before the next matches start, before the group stages start. So they will have a full-on week to prepare against all of their potential opponents who they'll be facing, the invited teams, the future qualifying teams. They can improve on their own game as well. They can VOD review themselves. They can theory craft. They can have scrims, whatever, all the regular things. But it's going to be free time. They won't have to play any matches. They won't have to invest so much of their time and their brain power into these games that are also a must win, because it is a single elimination bracket. So yeah, it's going to be a major advantage is what I'm trying to say. Even right now, we are still waiting on Vexy to return.
Yep, it is a bit of a problem. Vexy has apparently, as I've heard from the players themselves, that apparently he's got pretty great internet, but his electricity is a whole other
It's
matter.
always, yeah, it's always one of them. I mean, you know, after having watched and casted so many games in South Asia, I'm sure you can also agree, Universe. It's either the electricity or it's the internet. It's never both of them. You can never
Yeah.
have both of them amazing. No, if one, you always have to compromise. It's the way South Asia is. But all right, let's hope Vexy returns as soon as possible. He gets the power back. He's back up and running, because Metal, this is going to be the worst time for him to, not be there. And again, the issue with these technical problems is it's not really in your hands. Bexy isn't Thor. He can't get all that electricity to his house. He has to wait for it. And alongside him, the rest of Metal Esports also have to wait, playing a 4 versus 5. Not a playing a 4 versus 5, but as a 4 versus 5. So it is going to be a lot more damaging to the team. And they'll be thinking amongst themselves that exactly what do we do? Communications get a little bit troubled as well. It's all over just not the most optimal situation, shall I say, but it's also
Yep.
a situation we cannot really move out of, or we cannot really um prevent, essentially, unless you add a LAN. Then all those problems are solved, which is why Middle East was they should be looking for that spot in the LANs, and all you viewers as well. Yes, this really is the promotion. Should book your tickets. Go in the description. Get yourself some tickets. It is going to be next month, 12th, 13th, and 14th of August. It's going to be a long weekend as well. Amazing. You'll be there, non-stop Valorant action. You'll get to watch your favorite players. You'll get to meet your favorite players. You'll get to play a lot of Valorant as well in the experience zone we have from our lovely sponsors. We'll have those community setups as well. The community tournament will be taking place. I feel like that's something I haven't highlighted. If you have been following us here at the Esports Club, on our socials, be it Instagram or be it Twitter as well, we have told and we have given information about all the things taking place during the LAN event. It's not
Yep.
just the Challenger Series LAN. It's called the Arena for a reason. we also will be hosting a community Valorant tournament. Again, a community Valorant tournament with a prize pool of 1,50,000. The registrations will only be taking place inside the venue in person. This is not like the Challenger Series, no online registrations. You have to be there in person alongside your roster in order to register. One
Yep.
lakh 50,000 prize pool. You can play against a lot of other amateur players as well. Because again, the best teams, they won't be playing in that. It's a community event. The best teams of the region, they'll be playing in the Challenger Series finals, and other professional players as well. It's going to be very, very fun. So make sure you register yourself if you're there. Again, got to be in the venue for that. Get to play on some of the best machinery that we have in
Yep.
front of so many of your friends, other Valorant enjoyers. I feel like that's also one of the things of LANs. I've been to only one in my life so far, but always the atmosphere, it's my favorite thing. And I'm sure Universe, with you having a lot more experience at LANs and all, you can talk a lot more about the sheer energy of the crowd and the players and the people and all.
Yeah, well, it is Bangalore is a beautiful place. It is one of well, at least for me, I would say it is the best city to live in, to
Look
have
at the
land
smile on
experiences
your
in.
face.
Yeah, it is,
Uh-huh.
man. It is. It is. It's like when the entire country was going through a heat wave. Bangalore has its own AC, right? So that's the best thing about here. You never really know where it's going to rain because it could rain on one street, and in the next street you're having complete and utter sunlight. So it's just that is how Bangalore is. And to be honest, when you do come to the city, it's not just one thing that you can have to do here. It's not just the arena. You've got so many different things that you can explore in the city, and of course at the end of the day, when you come to that arena, it's going to be a huge blast because we are promising an experience of a gaming festival that you have not had before. You will definitely enjoy every single thing that we have there. The professional matches going on the big screen, the small screens where you've got your own matches going on, of course, community tournaments like CCV just mentioned. And it's not just going to be Valorant. You're going to even have FIFA tournaments. You're going to have a couple of other
Mortal
games, I
Kombat.
believe. Yeah,
Yeah.
there's going to be a lot of different things in that arena at the Manfor Convention Center. If at all you are in Bangalore, that's where you need to be. If you're even not in Bangalore, get yourself a flight, come down here. It is a free
Yeah.
ticket to enter the arena. There is no pricing on that, so you get to enjoy what we will bring to you, and hopefully we see a lot of you because I'm going to be there. CCV will also be there,
Yeah.
and we're gonna also have a couple of pretty big names that we cannot disclose yet, but you guys will be very excited to see them when they do make it there. So there's a bit of surprise and mystery going on there. Just to say it in an easier way, there's a lot of things that are going to be happening in the arena. For the moment, though, there's not a lot happening on the server. We're just waiting for God Vexy to make his way back. But yeah, I'm just hoping that everything goes around in a way that we finish this matchup pretty competitively. All the players are there, and yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing is that, we really, I mean, no one would actually like any of these interruptions. I'm sure the viewers as well, you'd be like, okay, yeah, the casters, great LAN event and all, but we want to see the game. And trust me, even I want to. But it is the situation right now, is the fact that the game hasn't resumed just yet. As a matter of fact, seems like, it's still going to be a little longer. So for the time being, we'll be taking a very, very short break. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. We will be back with Medal up against Lethal.
and the legends of memory and storage. Crucial brings you the ultimate performance in gaming. Legendary products. Precision engineered. For speed and stability. Crucial ballistics. legends of memory and storage. Crucial brings you the ultimate performance in gaming. Legendary products. Precision engineered. For speed and stability. Crucial ballistics.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back with Metal Esports up against Lethal Esports. Now, again, I know there has been a long delay. We were waiting on God Vexy to return. Unfortunately, he just cannot right now. Power issues are there. Metal Esports, they've agreed to play a 4 versus 5. The pause that they had, the entire 15 to 20 minutes, have been used up. But sadly, Vexy cannot rejoin. So it is going to be a 4v5. They are going to continue in this situation. It is unfortunate, but it is the case. So, coming back to the round at hand, Lethal Esports, their anti-eco looking quite good. The Prowler goes into the A-bomb side, and Medal, well, it's all Ezzy by himself towards A shot on the A-bomb side. Can he hold off these attackers?
Let's find out. They are running in towards him, and he's being very heavily pushed across both sides, and he's just got a headhunter to work with. They've trapped him in here. They know that he's here, and he's going to peek out to give up his life. Lucia will take him down. Nobody else on the side to try and even retaliate. It is going to be a 3v5 now. Make that a 3v4 as Marzel falls to the hands of Tricky. And Android will trade back instantly. Batman to get one back, but that's about it. It's going to be... There's just one man left who isn't even on the server. And it is Godvexy. And they're not going to kill him, I believe. Or are they? If they are, Lucia's going to be getting that kill because he wants his ultimate orb.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, that's smart. That's smart. That's good. He gets the orbital strike. That's really nice from Lethal Esports. They do exploit the fact that Vexy was a free kill, but then again, you can't really do much. I mean, yeah, we talked about it before. Metal Esports, they have chosen to continue the 4 versus 5. They don't really have any other option. Their hand is forced. They spend all of their timeout, the technical timeout that each team has as well. Vexy just hasn't returned. Hopefully, for Metal Esports and for all of their fans rooting and cheering for them, he joins as soon as possible because, yeah, a power cut at this stage of the entire Challenger Series of the qualifiers, it's not going to be good. It is pretty devastating for their roster, but still, Lethal Esports, they're ready for it. Metal finally swing back into action. They retake Showers control, and Showers has been this hotly contested side so far. Even on the bomb side right now, Fox, before he goes down, he takes down Android. There is Tricky and Ezzy as the defenders. They're cleaning up the Lethal members. And now it's all down to Marzel in Shaw's.
Well, he has a sheriff to work with, nothing more. I don't know if there's a weapon fallen around him. It is in front of him, but he has to move out of Showers to get that. Has a sheriff. One tap is all he needs, but he's going to go for that ultimate orb so that once he dies, even if he does, he's going to be able to use that Nightfall. And he's running all the way back towards the B side, it seems. And that's a good choice for him at the moment. He can go, but the thing is, the minute he goes for that plant, Easy can instantly teleport away over there. And Easy is expecting him to come towards shot. And oh my god, Marcel hits a brilliant shot. And Badman is trying to get away from him. He expects this to be a B hit, so he's just running away from here. And he thinks that he can play safely towards the B side. But Marzel plays this better, it seems. He's just clearing out every single angle possible as Badman is stuck in a difficult situation right now. Marzel is extending way beyond his limits here. And he's going to have no time to plant. And he's going to give away his life, overthinking his entire situation. Throws him under the bus. And what a round it could have been if Marzel would have just picked up a weapon and played it with the plant. He even would have had the Nightfall to play along with.
Yeah, Marzel, trying to outsmart the opposition, but you can see the relief on Badman's face as soon as he got that freebie. And as soon as he took down the Fade, he was like, oh, Free kill right there. Unfortunate for Marzel, unfortunate for Lethal Esports. But then again, it was their full-on bonus round. Can't really fault them all that much. The fact that they were able to bring it down into a 1 versus 1 was a major factor in of itself. Now though, they've got equal weaponry. They've got the rifles, and Sensei, he doesn't even need the fault line. He just swings wide from the smoke, gets the kill. But Ezzy does the same. Vulnerable peaks, just dry peaks. XZ still makes it work. A double kill for him with the Vandal. Lethal Esports right now, this time they are going to prioritize planting the spike. The spike does go down, but the situation the attackers find themselves in, it's a bit weird. They are surrounded from the defenders, all of them converging from defender spawn. SD pushes from elbow. 1 by 1, Lethal and their members can be picked off, but 1 by 1, Lethal are peeking these angles, are catching the members of Medal. SD infiltrates. Does he peek towards B-Long? Yes, he does. A simple kill for him if he can spot Lucia, but Lucia doesn't budge. Neither does Cybele. Medal Esports, they have to give it their all. They need the round count in their favor.
They're just playing along with time now. Lucio's gonna use his ultimate, but he saves it for a better round. He realizes that it's not required because Cybele has thrown his opponent off his mark. And both of them survive. Lethal find their third and even survive with an ultimate that they were about to use for a good measure in the future. The one good thing that is working out for the side of Lethal right now is the fact that they're able to trade off on other players even when Easy is playing like an absolute god. He got those 3 kills and he's been doing the work so far for his team, but unfortunately, Medal, they don't have a player who could have actually dropped them quite a bit of weaponry in this round. 8,000 creds for God Vexy, but he's still standing still towards his spawn region.
Yeah.
And they're not even getting any extra money because God Vexy is right here.
And there is this thing, and even the extra ultimate orb that you have when a player disconnects, that's also not to avail from the side of Medal. So it's costing them a lot. And now economically, bit of disparity for their side. Just upgraded pistols. Eddie has the Torde Force, but no, he's gone from the server. And alongside him, Fox departs as well. All down to that lone Brimstone, and this is a pretty much a done and dusted round from the side of Lethal Esports. Simple, elegant execute, works in their favor. No issues, no hassles whatsoever. That's that. Batman, if he can find a kill, get a rifle, save it, it'll be a great thing. But no. He missed on Android, and Android still with 100 HP and 50 armor gets that kill. Oh, that was unfortunate. But anyways, yeah, simple round from Lethal Esports comes to an end. And I have to agree with you, Universe, that Ezzy has been doing the best to his capabilities. In the previous round, I mean, fair enough. He got shut down by Sensei, even though he had the Torde Force. But previously with the Vandal, he is making all that work done. Even the last time we saw Medal against Team Punished here in the first qualifiers. Ezzy, after the 2 maps, he had like 42 kills or something. That's an average of over 20 kills per map. He had been doing an excellent job, but he still needs to do that. And much more here.
Well, there's a very strong ultimate coming in. And the Nightfall as well. But Tricky's taken out one. Batman with the ultimate has even found another. And the ultimate galore helps the side of Medal to get even the penultimate kill as AZ comes in from the backstab. And now it's on to just Lucia. He's got a Molotov, a Phantom, and an Orbital Strike to work with. But only 3 players to face off. One is going down. Second as well.
Ooh.
It brings it down to a 1v1. And now suddenly Lethal look like they have a chance to pull out another round. How the hell did that happen? Why did they give him 1v1 peaks? That was a very neat angle that was peeked out by Ezzy. And then he just had to give away his life. And Tricky followed up. One last man left and Fox will secure round number 2. Thankfully, making sure that his team does not slip away into oblivion.
Now, Medal Esports still holding on, even in that 4 versus 5, in a map where you need as many players as possible. You need those close quarter angles. You need everything to be secured. Medal are holding forward without Godbex. He's still waiting on him to return. As for Lethal Esports, another setback. Lethal, they win 2 rounds, they lose 1. They win 2 rounds, they lose 1. still, they won't be at all dissatisfied with how this half is going. They have the advantage. They're looking to keep the half under their control, just like the entirety of the map of Vine. Again, going for a full-on take into the bomb side. There's the orbital strike. Sensei again as the dive agent. Perfect work. Into goes U-Haul. Tricky. 1 HP. Gets another. Still, Tricky is alive. How much longer can he survive though? The Prowler, does it find the raise? No! That's the third! Now, Tricky falls, but he has done his job and gone above and beyond. The two final members of Metal, they isolate these gunfights as he secures another, and it's all down to the entry fragger. Now the last person alive.
What? Sensei dashes in and he finds a kill so easily. Lets Batman drop down, but Batman has a Guardian, and that Guardian is not going to work out for him. And Sensei with the ace.
You should have seen your faces.
Oh, gets it. 5 HP and 5 kills. Ooh.
Man, Tricky's 3K though, that was insane.
Yeah.
He got dinged for 149 and he still found 2 there. And add on to a third when Marzel thought that the Prowler had actually, you know, not detected him because Tricky was hiding from it in a very neat corner. And he got a third, and that could have actually been Metal's round pretty easily thanks to Tricky. Alas,
It could have been.
alas, it isn't what it isn't what they wanted it to be. And this time as well, Tricky tries something a little bit more confidently, but nothing to avail, just a bit of chipping damage. Android moving towards the B side on the other side. If he jumps out of that smoke, he's going to be in trouble. Batman will definitely take him down, but he teleports away. But look at Easy's position though. Easy's heard that teleporter and now he knows that this is an A hit. And Fox has taken out 1. He's not going to be able to take out 3 more who peek together though. The plant will go down. And now this is a difficult situation because now Easy will be expected. And Android's going to be the one to take him out.
Yes, he will be. You know, fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, it doesn't work against Lethal Esports. I think that's the saying. But still, jokes aside, yeah. You know, as he had been going for those backstab plays every single time through Link, and many a times it was successful. This time, you know, Lethal anticipated it, they waited for him, and they secured the kill. So, Badman, Sheriff, no armor, only person alive. His location is known again. He tries to shoot down utility, shoots down Sensei instead, and now he's eliminated. Finally, Vexy remains. Lucia can pick up another kill and can add to the ultimate tally that he has going on for himself. Lethal Esports at the very least secure their 6th round, and strategically as well, Lethal Esports, they are really prioritizing just planting the spike. They have figured this out because of the fact that Medal are down a player by default. Vexy isn't there. It means that time and time again, Lethal Esports, even if they are in not the best of post-launch situations, they can make it work. They can try their best to make it work. And honestly, that's the theory they're looking for. Medal Esports, for their side, they want to keep these attackers at bay, but they're just not able to because of the overwhelming nature of this attack. I mean, 2 duelists, 2 initiators, you can't really hold that off while they're trying to execute. Even let's look at this, you know, there is the Fade Prowler. It clears out right here towards Octane. Now, in towards the bomb site, there's the Yoru clone. Another Prowler goes through. Sensei dashes in. Tricky inside the smoke. Now he's the only person alive in the bomb site. Ezzy is towards the back. Tricky can stop the plant from happening, but even he has to back off temporarily, waiting for the remaining team. And only now do Medal Esports try to get back into the game, but they are getting shut down. Marzel with his 2nd.
Tricky is the only one left, and he's been on the site for far too long. Not for longer though. Marcel shuts him down. And of course the last man standing, God Vexy, will go down to the hands of Lucia. He's gonna get his orbital strike online. Feels really bad though. Feels bad, man, is the emote that we would say in this sort of situation. Not like this. Feels bad, man. Spam the emotes, because this is not exactly what Metal were hoping for. Tricky, the one thing that I didn't quite, you know, get into that round was Tricky was in that site the entire time. and he
Yeah.
did not pose any sort of threat at all. He was the last one alive as well, which was a little, you know, he played a little conservative, I agree, but easy. He doesn't care about being chased by a prowler. He wants his shot and he gets it. Sensei goes down to the ground. So does an entry fragger. And now here's Tricky holding down the Marshal. Has a good crosshair placement. And he will find the forehead of Marshal to hit. Android now looking that Hooker could be a potential targeting place. Throws down the teleporter towards elbow, and I think this has been heard. He could teleport if he wants to. Yes, he will. Goes down towards elbow, and they know this. They know that he's there. And Badman's gonna come out from the other side. No, he's gonna be tucked himself into the corner, and out comes the Sheriff to do some work. Lucia will trade him back though, and now it's a 2 versus 3. A big ultimate available, but it doesn't even need to be used. Fox keeps it level with the fault line, as now it's a true 1v3.
30 seconds left.
FK member has been subsided. Out goes the breach from the side of Metal and takes out the breach from the side of Lethal. Just a little bit of city. Okay, sit-ups, keep-ups, whatever you want to call it, on the face of Cybele. Fox gives himself and his team round number 3.
Wait, no, those aren't sit-ups. Those are... Oh, what is the...
What?
Yeah. Squats. Again, my physique isn't the most... I'm not the most fit person out there, so I don't focus too much on that. But still, enough of that. Middle Esports, they strike back, and they strike back in a tremendous fashion, getting that 50 win, getting those ultimates for their side. Leads to Esports now, looking a little bit shaken, but Fox, you know, and him over-peeking these angles costs him a little too much as the solo breach, peeking from Hooker. Okay, peeking once from Hooker, that's one thing, but completely revealing yourself, that's another. Finally, though, for the side of Metal Esports, they get back into the game. It is a 2 versus 4, however, and the members of Lethal, all of them being in the B bomb side, there isn't much that can happen. Ezzy and Badman are in two completely different corners. They cannot hold these crossfires. They have to take individual gunfights. Sensei only adds to that frustration for Metal as he gives the sound cue and notifies the defenders that he is in Hooker, or he can even flank from B long. Ezzy is concussed, now he can't see anything. On the other side of the map, it's going to be Badman also, who goes down. Synchronized kills and a very simplified round from Lethal Esports. They take things slowly, but the kills go in their favor. Those early 2 kills, the one from, you know, the one casualty of Fox on Hooker, and the kill that Sensei managed to find towards Showers as well, it just puts so much of the advantage in favor of Lethal. I mean, let's have a replay at this. Yeah, Fox, look at the position he's in. Against plenty of attackers as a solo breach, you can't do that. Even on Showers, Sensei got that, and it was a simple round because Medal quite literally didn't have the necessary manpower to contest against Lethal. Final round of the first half, and Lethal lead by 5.
Well, there they go. Tricky trying to do something tricky, but it doesn't work out for him. Android's gone to the back of A as well, towards U-Haul, as Fox is going to be the only one to trade one back. It's still a 3v4. A Nightfall available for them, but the opponents have the big bad breach ultimate. So Fox needs to be a little bit diligent with the way he uses this. Already puts it down. Android has not been affected by this. And Easy is holding down with a Bucky of all things. And of course he's going to go down to Android in that range. There's no way he's hitting that shot. Fox misses his again. And out comes Marcel. And now Badman is looking for the bare minimum of a knife kill to throw in a bit of salt to the wound, if at all possible. Marcel takes out God Vexy. It is the last round, so it doesn't even matter. Android's right in front of him. He spams him down. Badman gets one, but no more. 9-3 the scoreline. Will the curse work in a 4v5, let alone in a 5v5?
Lethal, they have been looking very strong, very promising. A couple of instances of Metal shutting them down, but this is the chance Metal have. Lethal Esports, without a very specific, you know, without their final sentinel being there. There's no sentinel. There's no, there's no chamber, nothing along the lines of that. No killjoy as well. It is going to be a little difficult for them to shut down these executes. I talked about it very briefly that, Lucia on the Brimstone will have to take up that role of the pseudo sentinel. He will have to use the orbital strike whenever it is possible, alongside that molly and the smokes as well. Everything in unison to ward off the attackers, to try and keep them at bay, but it's a lot more easier said than done. The remaining players as well, they will have to rely a lot on their gunfights and their firefighting skills to win those duels. It's not going to be a very strategic shutdown of the executes. It's going to be a lot more brute force kind of a Lethal are looking for. They want to kill the players on the side of Metal Esports while they're in the act of executing. They don't really want to shut it down and then pick them off. They just want to kill them, plain and simple. As for the looking to start things off, they've got two initiators, and the good thing is we can see God Vexy has returned. It is going to be a 5 versus 5. So yeah, I guess we're
Well,
just
never
waiting
too
on Vexy
late.
to yeah, I mean, yeah, better late than never as well. Never too late. Vexy is back. I think they're just waiting on him to join. I mean, it doesn't say disconnected anymore, but he's not moving. So you never really know. But still, medal for the time being. They have two initiators. They can work in this execute.
Well, Android has pushed up quite a bit and he's got a trail to follow, but he's not going to be able to make that count. Tricky will take him down as Metal have brought it down to level scores now. 4 versus 4. Got Vexy yet to come back to the server. Rightly so. As Lethal eat up the pressure towards A. Easy. Holding down at the back of smoke. Waiting for somebody to cross by in case they come to try and stop the plant. But that's not going to be the case. Lethal know better than that. Basel throws down the haunt. Does catch one. And Easy instantly teleports away. As now, Metal prepare for the post plant, and they've got a lot of trouble in front of him. Flashes, fault lines, everything's available. Cybel uses it. There they go towards the side of the attackers. Tricky finds 3 as Fox gets one more, and Tricky with the 4th settles the round for Metal as they will find their number 4 and a hope to cling on to. I think Godvexy's ping might be visible, but I don't think he's back right now.
Oh.
I think the electricity might have come back, but I don't think he is yet to come back yet.
Yeah, all right. We will see what happens. Hopefully, Vexy can return as soon as possible. I think everyone will have our eyes stuck to the mini map, waiting for that sky to move. And seems like a small timeout has been called, a temporary timeout from one of the members of Medley Esports. Hopefully, it's for Vexy to return. But most importantly, yeah, brilliant take by Metal, but even better post plant, They waited for Lethal, and Lethal fell into this trap of trying to go for this high risk, high reward play. They wanted to stick the diffusal because of the fact that they knew they had enough people to ward off any members of Medal Esports trying to kill the person diffusing the spike. Unbeknownst to them, and unfortunately for them, the fault line and alongside the flash from breach was a little too overpowering, and Lethal just couldn't continue. So, pistol round secured for Medal. They are going to go for an expensive yet intriguing anti-eco. It's not going to be all 5 specters. A sheriff can be spotted. We are seeing a bulldog, a judge, full armor as well on most of the players. This is very interesting, exactly what they're looking for, but it's an anti-eco nonetheless. I think Metal very easily, they will be securing this round, and then Lethal, once they get their hands on rifles and whatnot, they'll be proceeding with the proper defenses alongside utility as well.
Yep. Well, small little pause. Technical pause for the side of Lethal this time. As we will await their internet issues to be sorted. Day 2 seem to have a couple of issues. It's just been a bad day today, it seems. We will get back to it soon, though, as the players are updating their positions, and the minute they are ready, we will be getting into the game. But with that pistol round win, I think that Lethal should be trying to pick up the pace now, because even though it's a 4v5, you just cannot underestimate Metal that easily. They've got better weaponry now. They will pull it up to a 9 and 5. I at least believe that to be the case. It should come to a 9 and 5. But post that is where the real game starts, when the buy round comes in for Lethal.
Exactly. Yeah, for the side of Lethal Esports, very, very soon they'll be getting that double digits. I mean, if they can, if Metal can prevent that, and if they can already start their comeback, we have seen those 9-3 comebacks. We have seen teams come back from far worse off as well. All they need is momentum. And honestly, for me, seeing yesterday's matches as well, momentum has to be a big, big factor in how these teams perform, in how exactly they play against each other, they move on forward. So for the side of Lethal right now, they got to make sure stop the momentum. It's still very early. I'm saying the term momentum, I'm using it because we've seen and we've noticed it several times with these South Asian teams. Thing is, it's not very necessary it's going to happen. If the members of Lethal Esports can prevent it, then they can put it down already after the events of the anti-eco. Once they get their hands on rifles, it's going to be good. But for Lethal, their biggest question is, even though they have such a huge lead, can their defense hold on for 4 more round wins? That's all they need. 4 more rounds, they'll be on 13, they'll be safe and happy, and they can move on to the map of Ascent with a big smile on their faces and with an advantage in the bank. Thing is, for the side of Metal Esports, are they going to let that happen? Already, this is definitely quite demanding on the players as well. I mean, this is the second longer pause that we have taken. The match as well, started. It's been, I think, over an hour, just over an hour, that the
Yeah, it
map was
has.
started. And it's just one map in a best of three. So you can understand just how taxing this is mentally and physically on the players. They haven't even played the Valorant. This is just because of the pauses, like majorly because of the pauses. After you count in the fact that they are playing again, one form of Valorant, they're playing for that spot in the group stages after all, it takes a toll on the players. We have seen so many of these
Yep.
matches. We've seen them go for hours and hours and hours. Personally, very recently as well, in another series here, the Esports Club, I was a part of a 5-hour best of three that went to the decider map. It was also something. And as a caster, it took a toll on me. But I can only imagine what it must be for the players. So already for the players as well, the good thing is they can communicate with each other. They can go over the strategies, what is working, what isn't working, how they can improve, what can they improve on. Thing is, they still need to implement it practically, and if they're not in the right mindset, it's going to go away. There are not many times I talk about the psychological effects that a game can take on the player, like a specific way a map is going can take on the
Yep.
player or the team. But we have seen that also. Even
Mm-hmm.
yesterday, we've seen that in a couple of matches where team had so much of the advantage, but they had almost lost the momentum. We had the example of True Rippers in their game yesterday. They
Yep.
they were leading by like 11-6, 11-5, something like that. But then they lost the entire map, and it obviously caused them a lot of mental anguish. Anyways, enough of that. Seems like Vexy still
Oh,
unfortunately is disconnected as Metal Esports they ready themselves up for the anti-eco.
what a shot from Badman that was to take out Sensei, as Metal find themselves a little bit of resistance in the form of Android, but that's about it. Cyber's the only one left, and he's going to be going down over here to Tricky, who's got a judge in his hands, and challenging that judge in such a neat corner. He's going to get you killed. Only one loss for the side of the Metal, as they will have a lot of money still in the bank to reinvest and play the bonus. God, Vexy still not available, but we should be having a bit of Metal Esports action coming in from this round a little bit more litigiously. They will be playing this very cautiously. They shouldn't be looking at any sort of attacking, recklessness. They should be just hoping that they're able to pull up as much value as possible with the first picks, that is. Sensei pushed off of his mark, but Android gets one. It's a spot that he loves playing, and he's been taken off of it. Sensei comes for an instant trade, and Marcel, unaware of showers, loses his life. As Easy will make it a little easier for his team. 2 versus 3 now. Plant being faked. Hoping that somebody gives their head away, and Lucia's gonna do the same. Easy finds another. And Metal will keep them at bay. 2v1 now. And what a time it would be for God Vexy to somehow magically reappear on the server and start this comeback. Easy walks out, does not find himself enough cover to tuck himself back because he goes straight for the fight. Fox will be stunned, but now it's a breach on breach action. He does have the fault line, but Cybel's sticking this defuse. Out he goes, and Cybel almost clutched it out. Drags him down to 32 HP. Fox kind of missed that actually, but he connects it in the end to find himself round number 6. And with the most beautiful scoreline in Valorant there is possible. The only thing that I can say about Metal's gameplay right now, that it has been very nice.
The worst thing is you're going to make this joke during the LAN event as well. I know it. You
Hey,
are.
I might or I might not. You never know what I'm going to do during the LAN.
Might
That's a
not,
secret.
as if that's an option. Alright, anyways, Metal Esports ready themselves up for yet another execute, and this is their strong point right now. Lethal Esports, they're not able to hold off, they're not able to ward off these attackers. This time the attackers, they've got good weaponry as well. Marzel though, already infiltrates towards the spawn, goes back.
What
So
a
this is
guy.
going to be a little bit of a
What a
spook.
guy.
Yeah, it's going to be a spook for Metal. They'll be like, oh wait, the Fade's already in our spawn. Did they have information that we are all on B? We better split up, we better take our time. And the more time that is going in vain, the better it gets for Lethal Esports. Proper 5 versus 4 right now, as it's always been ever since the events of the first round. Lethal though is still looking for these kills. Cybel, I don't think he should be peeking like this. Alongside Lucia, it's now going to be favoring the members of Lethal if they peek out, because yeah, if they do, they will get punished. They won't have players in the bomb side. They need players in the bomb side. Tricky eliminates another. Android as the Yoru now. Their hopes are with him.
He blinds
on
himself.
B.
30
He
seconds
blinds
left.
himself. The rolling thunder affects him. Marzel's also present, but what can the Fade do all by herself? Another kind of mistake by Lethal Esports that just goes into this domino effect with Metal taking the win.
I'm not entirely convinced by the ultimate that Fox put down, because it was an eco. They knew that it is an eco for the opponents, and them trying to force in was probably more than enough to throw them off their mark, because they just had pistols and they were in a 2v3 by that point. It was just Marzel and Android left. And to use their ultimate kind of, I felt, was unnecessary, because if they had just run in, Android would have, he would have folded. And I get that it's, a safety measure because you are playing a 4v5, but still, those ultimates are very powerful. The Breach, the Raze, the Brimstone, they're very powerful ultimates that can decide the outcome of a round. But when you already have the round in your control, you don't really need those ultimates unless it's, a try or die situation. For now, Lethal have let the side of Metal come a little bit closer to them. The deficit has come down from 6 to 2, and it could go down to 0 if at all Metal win this one. And they've got what it takes. It clearly showing that even in a 4v5, they're not giving up that easy. Tricky on the other side of this is waiting for a teleport to come in through as he tries to move in towards B long. And Cybel is hoping that he doesn't get double peeked here. Almost eats a bullet to his head there, CCV. Saved by the wall.
Yeah, he is. Oh, Tricky loses his life. And again, an opening to the side of Metal Esports on the A-bomb side. Android as the solo Yoru. How much can he delay? Yoru doesn't have the best of delaying abilities. Android needs to rely on his own gunfights if
30
he wants to do
seconds left.
something. Thing is, the attackers are going to be flooding from every single entry point. There is going to be the chamber from showers. The smokes go down. Badman inside of the bomb side. There's the pop flash. Mars is shut down. Android, though, is next to the truck. And Fox finally only now manages to take him down, but time has been bought. The reinforcements are here. 10 seconds on the clock. Ezzy unaware.
Easy.
Oh, but he still gets the kill. And a beautiful orbital strike as it takes down Fox. There isn't enough time. Lethal Esports have taken the win. Lucia, what a play.
He knew that all he needed to do was deny the plant. And that's exactly why He was stuck in that position. He went for the plant there.
Seconds left.
Fox. That was really, really difficult. He just had to stick it because he knew there was no time. And with no time, he thought that, okay, you know what, I'm going to lose my life, but Easy's going to be able to clutch this out. Unfortunately for him, though, that orbital strike evaporates you. Makes you into nothing. And by the time you can even plant that spike, you've lost your life. Lethal being a little aggressive towards B long as they allow Hookah to be taken control of by Metal. And Tricky this time hoping that the same result does not follow as it did before. They have cleared it out and they've given information to Lethal saying that, okay, we're going to try and take Hookah. But they're actually running back towards A. They're slowly making their move and this is the right decision because they've got a lesser resistance on towards A. It's only Marzel at the moment because Android is deep into showers. So for him to come and instantly support Marzel is not going to be easy unless he teleports. Grenades, fault lines, aftershocks, everything comes through and the showstopper as well. It's perfect as Marzel finds himself in the grave. Tricky doing God's work here for his team as Android is trying to replicate the same for himself. The orbital strike goes out to pull him out and he will die. Tricky's gonna hold U-Haul for himself as the plant goes down and there is a 4v2 as they instantly rotate towards B. And Tricky's left alone to find the backstab.
Oh, this is lovely from Medal Esports. I am adoring this round from the side of Medal. This is excellent. The situational awareness, the peaks, the rotates. Now comes the backstab. Tricky. Oh, already. There's only
doesn't
one
even
person
know.
to deal with.
Simon
And,
didn't even know.
Yeah, exactly. Excellent stuff right there. Medal Esports. Good God, the kills in their favor. It all started with Tricky showstopper. Let's have a replay of that. Marzel was in the smoke next to the boxes. Gone. Then there was Ezzy's skill towards B heavens and there was the orbital strike inside of showers which got rid of Android. When I say the situational awareness was on point from Medal, I mean it. That was a terrific round. Absolutely lovely to watch. I will genuinely be looking at the replay of that round in like slow motion, seeing everything that took place. They shut down Lethal Esports and they deserve that near flawless round win. Excellent maneuvering right there. But now Medal again an inch closer to trying to equalize this against the likes of Lethal. They are once more looking to execute onto the A bomb side. Inferior weaponry on the side of Lethal, but can they hold off? It is going to be close quarter combat. The sheriffs are going to be equally as powerful as the Vandals if used correctly, and Sensei's hands are better than anyone else's so far. He's been having a great performance, but truly, you know what? I take my statement back. Everyone has been doing well in the server. Sensei this time gets the headshot. Batman swings, and there is going to be a trade from
Spike
Lucia
down
as he picks
A.
up the Phantom. 2 people now alive on Medal.
Android trying to break that chamber trap. He knows it's close by and Izzy knows he's here. And Fox has taken out Lucia. So it's a 2v3 right now still with 3 ultimates available, by the way. A Nightfall. A Rolling Thunder as well as a Dimensional Drift. And now Easy. He spots one. Does not connect the shot. And now they know where these players are. 30 seconds on the clock. It has to come in pretty quickly. They're going to try and push him. Fox is down to 10 HP. And now Easy needs to make a move. And he needs to make this quick. A Nightfall is going to be ready to come out here as it comes out towards Easy. And now the trail comes through. Fox goes out. Marcel finds one. 1v1 now. Easy finds it to bring it up to 9.
Suit is ruined.
Oh. My God. Medal Esports. Right now, they are playing with everything that they've got. And they're playing with everything against them. The time pressure, 4 versus 5, lethal in their players, yet they're making it work. Look at the timeline of the second half. Only a single round has gone the way of lethal, and even that was a 1 versus 2 that was clutched out thanks to Lucia getting that, orbital strike down just in the nick of time and getting rid of some of the players. On defense, Sensei shut down by Ezzy. There is a quick trade, but Batman moves in, looking to secure even more kills, even more map control for his side. It's always been a back and forth here in showers. But overall, the B bomb site is deserted. Lethal Esports, they're looking for the flank. And very, very soon, Medal are looking to plant the spike in this 2v3.
Oh, Fox, brilliant kill. That's the entry that they needed. And now all they need is Android. And Android is pretty darn low. 30 HP. A bullet is all that's needed, but he sees them teleport away. And I think they saw him as well. And Cybel is going to give his position away. The ultimate is being ready to be deployed. But Easy just turns around. No damns given. And he positions himself towards B long. Plant is towards the spawn. And there's a counter ultimate ready. Brilliant stuff over here from the side of middle. As they are absolutely relentless. They're playing this meticulously. They're playing this to perfection. Holding their ground, playing for the picks, knowing how to play a 4v5 to its perfection. Fox brings it to 10 and 10. What are we witnessing here, ladies and gentlemen? This is a 4v5. And lethal. Not so lethal in the last 10 rounds, it seems.
No, they haven't been. They haven't been. Medal Esports. This is amazing Valorant that we are seeing from their side. The fact that they're able to deal so much damage. Economical when it comes to the manpower, they're damaging that. The ult usage is great as well. The psychological damage is there on Lethal and their members. I mean, Lethal went from a 9-3 to a 10 and 10, and this round isn't looking like it's going to go their way as well. Stinger here, Sheriffs, half armor. It's a very weak buy. Lethal, it is very clear. They are saving their guns, and Medal Esports, they are going to be exploiting that. Best believe they will. Ezzy again got the operator in hand. He has the Torde force ready as well. Just goes to show the amount of credits Medal have got for themselves. They are ready. Whatever Lethal try in this weaker buy, it's going to be countered. You know, it's going to be retaliated with. But Lethal, they realize Medal still have to make the move. They are the attackers, and just like the previous round, Lethal aren't going to step a foot forward. They are going to wait and wait it out.
Out comes the smokes, there go the grenades, and there comes Tricky. Ultimate's being put down. Tricky dodges one. Tricky's eating a lot of damage from his own team, but they still find the kills that they need. Tricky's just a vessel from which they find these kills. Only the one trade comes from Marcel. Lucia follows it up eventually from Showers, but it's a 2v3 now. 2v2, excuse me.
30 seconds left.
As they actually have the A set. I don't know why they've rotated towards B. They don't know that the spike is dropped here.
Yep.
And Fox, he hears the player coming in from spawn. This is going to be an easy kill from him. But he's expecting somebody to be towards Showers. Turns it at the right time. Lucia loses his life. And now it's one man left. One man and one man only to stop this. And Cybel, the recent player who's come into this 5, is going to lose his life. Fox with a 4K. Ladies and gentlemen, 11 and 10. Medal take the lead in a 4v5 against Lethal.
They, oh boy. For Lethal Esports, it's they must be sweating bullets at this point. They must come to a realization that, oh my god, what is going on? How do we take the win? We had talked about this briefly, you know, in the pre-match presentation of the agent selection, that Lethal Esports, it's a very, very attacking favored composition that they have. 2 initiators, 2 duelists, no sentinel, only a single controller. But I didn't think that they would be struggling this badly, and it's honestly not even about the compositions. It's about the way in which Medal are using those the utility that they have and the gunfights. My goodness, the gunfights from Medal in the past couple of rounds have been exceptional. They have gotten a second win. This newfound confidence that is present in the team in red is just sweeping over anything Lethal have thought about. Let's look at Tricky again. This time though, oh, he gets eliminated. Lethal Esports, they get a little bit of advantage for their side. Push it to a 3 versus 5. And Lethal are not out of it. They only trail by a single round so far. They can get a comeback. They can equalize the score. But the problem for them is, Medal, no matter what they've gone through the hardships, they still come out on top from in the second half.
Well, easy. Oh, he spots him out. Cybel gets away just in time. He's got an aftershock, and he gets hit by it. He gets hit by Easy's bullet. Down to 27 HP. One bullet, that's all that's needed, but they teleport away. They know that time is of the essence here, and they need the plant, and Lucia is looking to stop them in their tracks. Molotovs, smokes, everything goes through, and it's more than enough, it seems.
Oh!
Spike down.
15 seconds on the clock, and guess who's back, ladies and gentlemen? God
10
Vexy
seconds left.
has returned, and he's moving in the
surprise.
last couple of seconds. He's back. The prodigal son returns. Doesn't matter that he's dead. Now it's a 5v5, and what a time to come alive. What a time to come alive. 11-11 for the side of Lethal now, as they put on the second round in the second half, but it's probably gone far too late. I can hope only to see the happiness on the faces of Metal Esports players and the happiness on God Vexy himself to see that his team has pulled through to the lead, and then even though that lead has gone away now, it's still so much more workable. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. This is probably one of the best matches that we would have seen so far. To hold on to a 4v5 for so long and maybe even win it. He's ready for this. Out goes Tricky. The confidence is immaculate as they run into the B side. They've got the Boombot doing the work for them. Flashes come through. Forgets it. There's no way Metal Esports are going to be stopped right now. No Nightfall, no Dimensional Rift, nothing is going to stop them. I don't care what is being thrown their way. There's no goddamn way they're losing this. Here goes Metal. Metal are winning this one for sure. Give it to them.
Oh my
because
God.
That is the 4K match point for the side of Metal Esports.
What have we just seen, Universe? You know, that was... What? That was an
is-
amazing round. That is just top
Wow.
tier. Honestly, I'm running out of adjectives to use
Yeah,
like
me too.
extreme adjectives. Top tier, amazing, brilliant. That is
I
what
think
many
I'm gonna,
esports
I'm
are
gonna
going for.
sit and Google synonyms now. For
Yeah,
every
yeah,
single
yeah.
adjective, because
I'm
I
gonna
have run out of words because I don't know what to say. But Metal Esports, honestly, record this game, clip this entire goddamn word from our channel because this is your greatest ever
Yes.
performance.
Yes, any clips channels out there, there's so many. Get every single round, every single kill. Metal Esports, they're looking for the win. Let's look at this execute. Sensei very low on HP. Marzel, he keeps his position on towards Showers, but Marzel's the only one on the A-bomb side, all isolated. Metal are applying the pressure. They are overwhelming the members of Lethal, but the experienced player always strikes through, and Marzel is alive just in the nick of time for the reinforcements. Badman has infiltrated. That's one. The fade is still
Oh
there,
my
but
God.
now it's
No
all
way.
down to Marzel. There is no way, exactly, there is no way Metal Esports take the 13-11 win.
Oh my god, this is happening. This is happening for real. We're just about seconds away from this. The plant will go down. It's up to
Spike
God
planted.
Vexy. He is the one who's returned from the grave for after 11 rounds. Not even 20 rounds he's been out. This is it. They're waiting for this. They deserve it. And they will be getting it. It seems Batman to finish it off. Ladies and
Attackers
gentlemen, it is Metal Esports to win one of the best ever maps. And they deserve it more than anything ever.
No. No. What?
I'm sorry. I can't even. Yeah. I'm just gonna leave. I'm just gonna.
Oh my god.
This
This
is.
was a movie. This was a genuine movie with like a climax, the part where it reaches the most challenging for like the protagonist. I'm not saying like Metal are the protagonist and Lethal the antagonist. No, both teams equal, loved by the communities, absolutely. But boy, this was something. The final couple of rounds, Metal being on the winning streak, Vexy joining back into the server. This was I think this was the best map of Valorant I've seen in the entirety of the month. Like I in a long time, there isn't going to be a Valorant map better than this. The drama, the plays, the kills, the everything. I'm stumbling on my words. I don't have words to say because of what we have seen. This was a journey. Let's have a look at the highlights. But the thing is, Universe, these highlights, they only convey a little bit of what we have experienced live right here.
One enemy remaining.
I'm still trying to wrap up my thoughts and my mind. I don't think I've ever seen a game of Valorant this amazing. Dude, I don't know about VCT, man. This has been the best Valorant game I have seen so
Honestly.
far. And Metal Esports, if after this they do not qualify, I'm gonna feel really bad for them, man. They
Yeah.
deserve the win after this. Those 4 players, Medal Esports organization owners, if you are watching this stream right now, these guys
Better
deserve a
be.
bonus just for this goddamn map. They deserve a bonus.
Exactly.
Give them a huge treat. Feed them food till they drop dead. Find them as much, whatever they want. Just give it to them, man. Every single player who's played this map deserves as much appreciation as anything else that we've seen in this region so far. As good as a performance, whether it be on the biggest stage of the world or even if it is just a qualifier to get to the group stage. Because by far, according to me, as far as I've been casting on TC, this is the best game of Valorant played by any team ever.
Oh, ever? Oh, that's a bold claim, but definitely the best, without a doubt, we have seen in a long time. This was something. And I know for a fact, as soon as Aggressive, he gets a hint of what has happened, he is going to just drown me with all those comments that the 9-3 curse is real. Look at Medal Esports. But this goes so much more beyond than just the curse. It may have been a part of it. You never really know. But Medal Esports, good God, the comeback of the century. This was the best action movie I've ever seen. And it wasn't even produced by a studio. It was a Valorant match. It had hardships, it had motivation, it had pep talks, it had long pauses, it had intervals, it had everything you expect and beyond.
I genuinely never thought it was gonna be this way, man.
Yeah.
When we
yeah.
were 9-3 down and they won the pistol, I was like, all right, give Medal 2 more rounds, maybe 3. Okay, you know what? Give them 5 more rounds, right? Give them 13-8, 13-9. Maybe they can make it up till there as a 4v5. But these guys gave 1 round away, and that was it. And they managed to take the goddamn lead. They played so perfectly. They allowed Lethal to make mistakes. Lethal were a little too, well, let's just say they were eager to find these kills because they were thinking, okay, you know what, 4v5 guys, we got this. 4v5, we got this, man. There's no goddamn way that they were expecting it to go anywhere close to it just did, because my god, I'm at a loss for words. Medal,
Yeah.
you guys absolutely deserve every bit of appreciation that you've got from the fans, from the people who are watching, who are not your fans, who are your fans, who are just absolutely normal gaming viewers, who are just gamers out there. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what South Asian Valorant is. You never know what's gonna happen. Expect the unexpected. A 4v5 win. This is not a 5v5 win. This is a
3-9
4v5
down.
win.
3-9 down.
3-9 down,
4v5 win.
4v5,
Yep.
and they come back to take the map of Pine. By the way, the strongest map of Lethal Esports this is.
Yeah.
And what a performance, man. God damn it, what a performance. Android and Cypel just absolutely fell off the board, and Lucia clearly did all of the heavy lifting, but the MVP
Yeah.
for today, Fox. I think he had 3 4Ks. He's got 12 kills in just 3 rounds.
Mm-hmm.
He's got a 326 ACS,
that's
very
ace
close
as
to
well,
dropping a 30 bomb. Yeah, there was
No,
an
there
ace.
was someone else.
There
My
was
apologies.
tricky.
I don't think
it
it
was
Fox.
it
Yeah,
was
yeah,
it
yeah.
was tricky with an ace. There was that was the only ace I believe, but that was also because no, not tricky. Forgive me. It was I believe it was Lucia with the ace or Sensei with the ace because
Yeah,
God
one
Mixi
of
was the
them.
one. Yeah,
Yeah,
but it
yeah,
doesn't
yeah,
matter,
yeah.
man. That ace doesn't matter. None of it matters because the way that these guys have performed, even God Vexi's 212-2 was more impactful in this game because he came back and his blinding lights were the 2 assists that they got in the last 2 kills of the half.
Mm-hmm.
I believe, ladies and gentlemen, I'm telling you, this is something that you've never seen before. 326 ACS in the same match as well as where you see a player having 23 ACS. The fact that Fox has more kills than Godvexi's ACS and they still managed to win.
Oh, that's a statistic I never thought I'd be seeing a player having more kills than the average combat score. Oh boy.
I'm gonna, okay, I'm just,
Yeah.
we're gonna take a short, powerful break, ladies and gentlemen. Until then, bow down to medal. They deserve it. You guys are hats off, amazing. If this is their best, I don't want to find out what they can do. At a 5v5, if they were a 5v5, they could have probably demolished Lethal.
Yeah.
But hey, that's about it for now, ladies and gentlemen. Take that break because you all need it. So do we. Medal needed to calm down a bit, not to get the best of themselves because they've got another map coming in. And if they win this, Lethal are going to be in a huge troublesome place. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. Don't go anywhere. The Challenger Series will be right back.
From the legends of memory and storage. Crucial brings you the ultimate performance in gaming. Legendary products. Precision engineered. For speed and stability. Crucial ballistics. From the legends of memory and storage, Crucial brings you the ultimate performance in gaming. Legendary products, precision engineered for speed and stability. Crucial Ballistics.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the AMD Ryzen and Windows 11 present the Challenger Series by the Esports Club, powered by Crucial. And yes, I'm just as shocked as much as you are. I have a cat, my cat in my hand. Her name is Cheeto, and she also was dumbfounded by the performance by Metal Esports. And we're back for the next map as we will see whether or not Metal can shut this out 2-0 to find themselves a spot in the group stages, or is it all going to go down for Lethal right here, or can they make a comeback and see us on Fracture? While my cat wants to escape from me, you guys can escape into the next map.
Yeah, all right. Having a look at the veto screen as well, Lethal Esports, they chose Bind. They had all the advantage in the world. 5 versus 4 from the second round onwards. They ended the first half 9-3 in their favor. But Medal went for the comeback, and boy, oh boy, did it work. Good God, 13-11 Medal Esports win. If you haven't seen the map of Bind, if you haven't, been able to catch up, if you're just tuning in, I really, with the bottom of my heart, recommend watch Bind from the second half onwards in its entirety. Look at the WOD, no highlights. Those won't convey the emotion that was present. Look at the entire WOD. It is going to take around like 20-25 minutes. Yeah, the best 20-25 minutes you'll have in your life in a long time. Now though, it's about Ascent. All right, reset for Lethal Esports. It needs to be a mental reset for Lethal. Everyone can understand. I was talking about the psychological effects maps can have on these players. For Lethal, this would have been devastating. I'm sure this must have been devastating, but they have to shake it off. They have to move on forward. Now on Ascent, they have gone for double initiator. I was seeing this previously as well in the pre-match presentation. Ascent always favors the double initiator, but they're doing something quite different. They're going for double initiator, double sentinel, no duelist. So exactly who takes up those initiating possibilities? I mean, I guess it's going to be Sensei as the KO, who's always that entry fragger. But Lethal, they'll be starting out on defense. They're playing very defensive heavy with a Chamber and Killjoy. And as for the side of Metal Esports, they're still figuring out exactly what their comp should be.
Well, I do believe that with the KO, they should be looking at a much better composition, but they are playing a no duelist comp here, which I'm not entirely sold by. Marzel is playing on the Chamber, which could have been Sensei's role, but Marzel is, more of a versatile player than Sensei. He knows that he can play a little safely. So I really want to understand how exactly their situation is going to work in this map, because they have a pretty good comp, but on the defense only, I think, is where the comp is going to be a lot more useful than where it is, because we can see that they've got a double initiator, they've got a double sentinel and a smoker in the form of Omen, whereas on the other side we've got a Jet who probably could be the main difference maker, which is in the hands of Tricky. Now, the only thing that I am worried about in terms of the playmaking style of both of these teams is that the Astra could prove to be as a secondary initiator, right? We all know how she is. So she's going to be of huge help, because there is no player on the side of Lethal who can dash into sites, who can cross those Astra utility and get away from them safely, updraft or even satchel across. They will get caught in those gravity wells. They will be caught in those novas if at all placed perfectly. And given that it is being played by Batman, who's been an absolute Chad in the previous map, I'm just hoping to see what Lethal are going to be putting up, because this is going to be a very, very big uphill climb for them.
Oh yeah, from the side of Lethal Esports, I mean, quite literally, metaphorically, they are against the world, against everyone in this journey that they have to try and win the best of 3 to move on forward into the group stages. This has been not the best performance. I can't sugarcoat it. It's been one of Lethal's like below average performances on Bind. They had it in the bag, but sadly for them, it just slipped out, and Medal ended up taking the win. And that's the point right there. It's the fact that Medal now have the advantage, and Lethal Esports, they are struggling. On Ascent, I think what they really need is a good start, because it's not only going to provide more rounds for them and of course give them an actual advantage in the map, but the mental boost, it's got to be there.
Yep.
Lethal and their players, they are not in the best of mindsets right now, and who would be after such a devastating loss? The players would definitely be going through the fields. The players would definitely be in a shaken up kind of mental state, and it's justifiable. Why is that? I'm not trying to shame the players of Lethal for being shook up by what took place on Bind. Absolutely not. I can put myself in their shoes and I can think what it would have an effect on me, what kind of an effect it would have on me. Sorry. So yeah, Lethal Esports, what's happened has happened. Just focus on the positives now and just focus on the future. So it's the defense of their side. They have a
that's
very,
a brilliant
very
knife.
Yeah, they have a very, very defensive composition ready, and now they're going to deal with Medal's execute.
Well, Lethal are, in complete and full force towards this B side, and they've chosen to get the rotations coming pretty quickly. You can see that Maz is all the way towards mid already. The A shot region also has been covered by Lucia. And now the rotations go back. Now they expect them to go back towards A, but it's not going to be the case actually. They're still holding on as they make their slow movements, Metal Esports. The spike is traveling across the world now, as yet again that knife is going to detect somebody, and it will detect 2 of them. They still expect this to be a B hit, it seems like it, but Mazel and Lucia are tucked in towards that A side.
They are still tucked in towards that bomb side, and as for Metal Esports now, they are going to commit to the A push. We can see everyone rotating over. It's going to be one of your classic Valorant takes. You make noise on B, you rotate over to A. It's going to be a split take, but Mazel completely caught off guard by Tricky. He checks the wine corner as well. For the time being, Lucia all by himself. He will be gone without a frag to his name. A big deterrent to the side of Lethal Esports as Android flushes into the bomb side, and Middle Esports, they're caught red-handed by this Fade, who picks up a triple kill. Sensei only adds to the miseries of Middle Esports, as Fox now is the final player alive. He will be eliminated. Brilliant retake by Lethal, and it's all thanks to Android making a play when it was least expected by Middle.
Well, that was a good round from the side of Lethal. The triple kill from Android was absolutely brilliant, and a good way for him to start off this map as well, given what happened to him in the previous one. Didn't really have the best of times as the Yoru. But given that, I don't think that it is still going to be an easy task for them. A good pistol was also what happened in the previous map, the first one. And that's when God Vexy left the server. This time around, he is around to help his teammates out and make the impacts be felt towards the side of the defense. Mazel eats a bullet to the shoulder and gets away instantly. As Lucia will smoke off the A main side to keep him covered. And gets one towards shot as well. There goes another, it seems. Yep, Lucia finding all the kills towards Catwalk. As the one man left, Fox towards B-Link is going to go down. But only after he finds a kill. Easy's found one as well, as he's taken out Marzel. And now he's running in towards the spawn of the opponents, which Cybele is rightly to expect and takes him out as well. 2 weapons dropped. So not too much of a problem for the side of Lethal, but an investment will come through. And the first buy round for Medal is to be witnessed.
Yeah.
Medal Esports finally, surmounting that buy from their side, getting enough credits to support the rifles that they have. Still not going to be a full-on proper buy. A couple of half armor spotted on some of their players. The major thing is they have 5 rifles. And for Medal Esports, they should be looking to drop as few bodies and as few rifles on their side as possible. Do not let Lethal Esports, target those individual attackers. Do not let Lethal Esports get a lot of those kills. Medal are looking for another fast take onto the B-bomb side. Marzel, though, from this close quarter angle, shuts them down. Still has 10 bullets in the chamber. Now he doesn't. Again, the attackers are in the bomb side, but the defenders are doing an excellent job of keeping them at bay for as long as they can. And again, Android and Marzel, they did their best. Now it's down to the final 2 supportive players on the side of Lethal, Sensei and Cybele. 2 versus 2 retake. Defenders have got good HP. The attackers, better positioning.
Oh, that swamp grenade could be very problematic. Fox just dodges it away from the other side as well. 32 HP he's on. Aiming the right direction, and he might have taken him out. It's 1 versus 1. It's the KO against the KO. And the minute Sensei drops down, he's gonna have Easy take him out. 3 kills for Easy. But a very, very good try from the side of Lethal to keep it going. They could have almost gotten a 3rd here in succession. But they've given Medal the damage that they needed to, because Lethal have a full buy here. And Medal will have to rescind to Bulldog Spectres or even half armors. Because you can see it already. Batman doesn't really have the credits to buy in a Vandal. He will have to play with that Bulldog or a Spectre. And there he goes with the Bulldog. And 2 of them, Tricky and Godvexy, are stuck on half armor. So this is going to be a bit of a difficult round for them in terms of economy. Because they need to win this round with at least 3 to 4 players surviving, or else they're going to take a hit on the money.
Even Lethal Esports as well, both of the teams are in an economically vulnerable state. Lethal Esports are going for their full buy, but it's not going to be a cheap one. It's going to be expensive. They don't have a lot of credits saved up. So whichever team loses this round, like you said, Universe, it's going to be a lot more damaging for their side in terms of their credits, in terms of how much they can save and how the following rounds will go. Marzel isolates 1 kill. Beautiful. Medal wanted to make ways towards deep main while also getting a lot of information. They did get info, but they just couldn't act on it. The spike moves on over from the attacker spawn all the way to B. Seems like Medal have a site in their sights ready to execute on. Thing is, how do they proceed further? Because yet again, they've got the Killjoy ultimate, and this will be useful. I don't think there's any major way for Lethal Esports to deny that. They have to fall back. Yes, they do.
Mars is going to try and spam them across while they enter this site, which is going to also slow them down because that trap has actually not been broken. And Godvexy in this little cubby corner is going to be probably the most impactful player. That is only if he survives there. Out goes Lucia with the flank, with the swing, and he finds 3. Lethal find their third, and they are looking angry. They want to settle this one pretty quickly. This time they're not going to be cutting off any loose ends. They're going to not find themselves in the trenches to go down by 9 and 3 and then let that overwhelm them. This time they are much more stronger looking, it seems.
Yeah, this time for the side of Lethal East was looking a lot more controlled, looking, to deal that damage to the side of Medal as well. But I still have that one bit of doubt. After the side swap, what happens? I'm not going to talk too much about it just yet because we are so early into the map. It's inconsequential me mentioning it. Everyone's going to forget about it, including myself. So for now, let's focus on the present. Lethal are looking really, really good. Medal Esports, I mean, it's only a 2-round deficit, but the thing is that, as I was talking about previously, whichever team lost the previous round, economically, they were very vulnerable, and Medal now have to suffer the repercussions of losing almost all of their rifles. They are, with just
the timing!
Tricky, though, makes it work. picks up a free phantom. Sensei out in the open. Can he win a duel? Yes, he can. One. It's a trade, but Medal will take it any day of the week as it allows even more information to go their ways. And Cybele, he's still alive. He's still kicking about. Medal are finally in the disadvantage. Lethal have managed to convert this round into an almost near win. They just have to finish it and send it home as the players are left with inferior weaponry and no place to go.
Got
One
Vexy.
enemy remaining.
Expecting that angle, but Lucius just got a better weapon to settle the round. Fourth for the side of Lethal as they take Ascent as it comes, and they are heading pretty smoothly so far, as expected as well. But I believe that every time Lethal are aggravated, they end up performing better. Clearly, that was one of the highest forms of aggravation that they could have gotten themselves, to be honest. And here, they are picking up the pace. Another buy round from the side of Medal as they try to not let Lethal slip away as easily as possible. Out goes the ultimate, the null command to absolutely settle down everybody inside. No utility whatsoever to stop them. No killjoy, no KO. It's all gonna be for naught as the plant goes down and the ultimate dries down with easy as well. He will not be revived because he was killed just as the ultimate died. And Cybele finds a Sensei who was jumping about to get a kill from heaven. And they've been absolutely pummeled into this side. Pressure from every single side. Sensei takes out Batman. And this entire execution from the side of Medal has gone to waste, it seems. As a 5v2 emerges. And that Killjoy utility, for as long as it can be kept alive, is not going to be. Because only one man can make it work. And that is God Vexy, but he's going to be spammed across the smoke. Another round for the side of Lethal as they constantly put down the side of Medal.
Yeah, no matter what Medal are trying, if they're successful with the execute, they plant the spike. If they are not, Lethal Esports are shutting them down. Their retakes are working. Their defenses are looking very, very amazing as well. Thing is, Medal Esports finally have to realize what they need in order to achieve a couple of rounds on board. This is going to be the weaker side for Medal. I am very certain, unless something miraculous happens like what we saw on Bind, Lethal will be at an advantage after the end of this first half. I'm expecting an 8-4 or just like Bind, even a 9-3 to an extent, to a very extreme extent. But yeah, Lethal will be in the advantage. Why I say that is because of their composition. 2 Sentinels, they're doing God's work. Alongside no duelist as well, the initiators can work wonders. And overall, Lethal are popping off. So Medal, they just need to salvage this half. Get a couple more rounds on board. If they can get 4, honestly, it's not going to be all too bad. But they need to get them nonetheless. And problem for Medal is no matter what they're trying, they're investing their ultimates, they're going for full buys. It's still not working in their favor. They need the gunfights to be favoring them. And that's the major difference we're seeing compared to Bind, is that Lethal are looking so much more confident in their frags and in their duels.
They most certainly are. Android has probably heard this A-shot maneuver that's going to be coming through, and he might as well find the timing on the 3 of them. Takes down 2, and that's about it. The deed has been done to keep them at bay. They find another, and with that, it's left only one man left standing. Got Vexy, blinded, good for 1, but Sensei will trade back instantly. 6-1, and a great start for Lethal.
Yes, it is. Lethal Esports again, just like Bind, they're starting up the rounds. They're extending the lead time and time again after every passing minute. It seems like Lethal are getting stronger and stronger. It's not going to stop anytime soon because now that Medal have the guns, they're not on inferior weaponry. Lethal have the ultimates. 4 ultimates outnumbering the one that Batman has, the Cosmic Divide. Fox very soon, he'll be able to get the lockdown as well. And honestly, that's what Medal Esports need. They need something to help with their execution without most of their members getting shut down. So getting that ultimate orb is going to be detrimental. But Marzel already will be good for 1 kill before he goes down. The operator has been dropped, but it won't matter too much. For the side of Lethal Esports, they're still looking to hold on. Sensei gets lit up severely. Rotations will be called in. Sensei evades just in the nick of time as his teammate, as he self-flashed himself out of that corner. But Medal are applying the pressure. And Lethal Esports, they've got to make sure they stay strong.
Oh, this push. Android actually has found the perfect timing. The Killjoy turret falls, and they were just waiting for that. Easy might have found Android, but Lucia instantly trades back 3 versus 3 now. And he's gonna lose his life as well to Cybele. Fox goes down. The one man with the ultimate that could have made the difference. And now with that ultimate coming out as a null command from Sensei, it's gonna keep the opponents at bay. But he's actually rotating towards B, and Batman, what a tap onto Cybele's head. 2 men left against a weakened Sensei, very softened. 23
30
HP.
seconds left.
A bullet through the shards of the walls could kill him. Playing this very, very close to the chest. Drops down, and he's as good as dead here. There's no way he's getting out of that region. Down to 1 HP. Everything's about to hit him in the face. But that's a lot of utility boiled up to use just to kill one man.
Now, Metal Esports, like you said, they finally get around. They throw everything at their opposition, and finally it works. Literal example of that was the Prowler, and yeah, every bit of utility going the way of Sensei. But now, is this the stop in momentum Metal wanted? Can they get a couple more rounds on board? Questions that will be answered very, very soon. Lethal Esports, they still have a good amount of ults. Torde Force will be brought out from Marzel very, very early on. He's ready with it. Where exactly is Marzel? Towards B main. He has to rendezvous back. And the attackers, they're not going to be stopping anytime soon. Badman through the Cosmic Divide. He's still alive, but Vexy doesn't have that good of a fate. He is going to be the opening casualty. Although it was a fake, it is going to be an A-side take from the side of Metal Esports. Lethal are looking to stop it before they can. They're looking to nip it in the bud. But from behind, swings Tricky, destroys the Killjoy lockdown, picks up the kill onto Cybele, and Lucia also falls. This has been just a disaster for Lethal. It's like shooting fish in a barrel. They had no clue what was going on, and everywhere they looked, they were bodies dropping.
Oh boy, that's been a crazy round. And to come back from 6-1 to 6-3 is exactly what they needed. They had to put in the bit of force that they had to get that. And Tricky going up towards Heaven was very well executed, because the minute he goes up there, it's going to cause a lot of distraction. And he got that kill, which made the side of Lethal turn around, heads towards Gardens, and see where exactly they're going to be. But yeah, overall, this is Lethal taking control of stuff. But how long can they keep it up? Now they've given away 2 rounds. They are heading slowly towards that economical disadvantage. They still have a buy left in the bank, with Lucia and Sensei having a bit of money, which they can use to drop as well. But as it seems right now, the next round should be a semi-buy for them. And it should be a 6-4, if at all it goes that way. 2 very good ultimates to work with for the side of Lethal, for the side of Metal yet again. Easy with the ultimate, the null command. And of course a Killjoy lockdown for Fox. 2 very powerful ultimates, but the last time they used this, they were completely shut down. Hopefully this time they have a better way to work it out.
Hopefully they do. So, timeout over. Back to resuming things. Metal Esports looking good. As I had said, if they can get 4 rounds, in my eyes, it's going to be a good half inside of Metal Esports. You know, they should be satisfied and content with it. Marzel, another kill. He has been at the bottom of the table for Lethal for a little while. He's been having a quieter day than compared to his performance on the map of Bind. But still, he is showing his presence every now and again. Gets the opener, no refrags, no trades whatsoever for Metal. They're already left without their entry tracker. The jet is gone. Marzel picks up another easy kill. And look at that, he's got his sights on the spike. Trouble. Major trouble for Metal Esports. How do they deal with this? They don't have the controller anymore. They've lost their duelist. How do they peek Marzel? Now Marzel loses his life. He's still ready to repeat the angle. The spike's going to be picked up, but yeah, it is still a 3 versus 5 situation.
Oh, Fox spotted out. Will eat a little bit of damage, but he's got a tail behind him, which I don't think he expects. Ooh. If that Prowler would have come in a second earlier, I think Fox would have survived. Cybele got Vexy out. And that's going to be the end of that round, it seems. The ultimate's not going to be popped. So they're going to have to use him for the next round. But a 7th will come up for the side of Lethal here, as they will secure the first half, at least leading by 2.
Unless, Izzy, we never know the kind of plays he can do. Earlier, he was doing an excellent job as the chamber on the map of Bind for Medal, especially on the defense. He was one of their best fraggers, even though the defensive half of Medal wasn't the best. I mean, they lost the 3-9. He still gave an incredible performance. Now, though, his team needs him more than ever. Lethal Esports, well, they need every single player, every single bit of resource they can get their hands on as they're looking to move on forward, equalize the series 1-1. Medal still in advantage. Penultimate round of the first half coming up, and you never really know what the end score is going to be. It can be 9-3 again, for all we know. Medal can look to go for another comeback, but I feel like it's going to be a lot more close. I feel like this time Lethal, they're not going to give that much momentum away. But you never really know. It's about the compositions. It's the compositional changes as well that take place. Medal, however, they're ready. Killjoy lockdown, null command in hand. Null command is going to go through. Killjoy lockdown, I think it will be used inside the bomb side. Marzel gets the opener again. Ezzy has been put in a down but not out state. It will take some time for him to be revived. Tricky inside the bomb side. That's one for him. They still on the defender. No. Yeah, there is still Lucia right here by the boxes. But no, he has been eliminated. Medal now have total B bomb side control, and they can go for the lockdown.
Spike planted.
Yeah, they can go for the lockdown, and there it goes. This is gonna be pretty much an impossible task for them. But he does get it. That's a great usage of the.
Who knows? It may have favored them. Still, at the very least, 4 rounds for the side of Medal. Lethal want an 8-4, but a 7-5 is going to be a tremendous performance as well. Medal will be going in their own defense. They've got Fox and the Killjoy. They have the Astra. It's going to be a solid standard Ascent composition that you expect. You know, always double initiator. Just the players have been, just the agents have been changed. No Omen, Astra, no Chamber, KJ, no Sova or Fade, rather. Yeah. But anyways, enough about that. We'll talk about the second half when the time comes. There is going to be a minute of tactical timeout for both of these teams after the event of the first half.
Oh no!
Marzel!
How did he miss that?
That is unfortunate. He was having a little bit of a rougher time in Ascent. He was getting better with those kills, but now he falls through. So does Lucia. The retake is on. Sensei still wants to take control, but there's the Nightfall, and Sensei is now gone. Tricky back on the Blade Storm. Beautiful headshot, and it's all down to Cybele, who will be eliminated. 4K for this Jet, and Medal Esports end this half with a 5-7 deficit.
Sides.
Well, it's not too bad. 7-5 was the bare minimum in terms of a deficit that they could have gotten. And that's exactly what they will be okay with. They are not going to find too much to work upon in their second half to, you know, make ground back. As Tricky with this 4K is going to put his team in a pretty good position to find this map as their own. Medal Esports, ladies and gentlemen, are just 7 rounds away. 8 rounds rather. From sealing this as a 2-0. But Lethal have the current advantage. Medal find the pistol, as they did in the previous game. They should be able to do everything that they want.
Medal can absolutely do it.
Oh yeah, we've seen it. We've seen it real well. All too well, for that matter. And it's very nice to see God Vexy back. You know, with the lights in the background, the fan running heavy. It's good.
You didn't have to go there. You didn't have to go there.
I mean...
Oh, yeah. Alright. Enough about that. About the cams as well for the side of Lethal Esports. Still, again, serious faces from what we can see. And they know the stakes that are here. Lethal, they've given an exceptional performance throughout the entirety of, you know, the first qualifier. I mean, I still remember their game against F7 Esports on the map of Pearl. That was the first time we were seeing Pearl in South Asia, you know, in the qualifier. And they end up defeating them 13-2. Again, great performance. Lethal had total control. But here, you never really know. They may lose their footing. They are on attack. with 2 Sentinels, no duelists. This is what I was worried for Lethal. This is why I said Medal may have an easier time on their own defense since they have to face this attack without any dive agent. I mean, who really fulfills the dive role here? Sensei may have to like flash and run, but again, his speed of running is pretty much the same as all the other agents. He dinks one of the members inside of Medal Esports, but it is going to be, it was going to be easy to secure the first kill. No, Fox gets it for himself on towards the B bomb side, and Lethal Esports, they take a deficit early on as they're trying to fight on all the fronts, A, mid, B main, to just get an opening into a bomb site.
Oh, that grenade. Batman eats it straight to the feet and he will go down. That grenade's very powerful from the side of the KO. As Easy now is going to try and break that wall, but Lethal will find their plant. Now, the only advantage for Lethal, they've already damaged the players of Metal down to half HP, on to 3 of them out of the 4 that are alive. And one by one, they're going to be losing their own players, it seems. Android's going to go down. So now the backstab is taken care of. The knife's going to throw them at a bit of a pacing, but Tricky is doing a lot of work, it seems, here. He's waiting for his teammates to jump down. Both of them do, but Marcel takes care of one. Marcel takes care of the other as well. The 8 for the side of Lethal as they win the pistol.
Excellent pistol round right there. You know, great post-plant positioning. And towards the end, it got very dicey. I mean, when the members of Metal had the final 2 attackers cornered off, both of them in hell, I was like, okay, there's no way in hell, you know. Like, Metal are losing this and Lethal can pull off a win, but no. Lethal very well did. And yeah, great positioning right there. They survived. They got the kills. The 2v3 went into a 2v0. So Lethal extend their lead, and for a little bit of time, they can breathe a sigh of relief. Now, they ready themselves up for full-on full-on anti-eco. I don't know why I said post-launch. But yeah, anti-eco on their side. Medal though still get the opener again. It's Tricky with a headshot onto Lucia. That's a Spectre drop. And Lethal, the same position they find themselves in as it was the previous round. Where do you initiate the execute? Where do you start that execution? You know, choose a bomb site, A, B, or mid. For now, the spike is all the way back towards B main, near attacker spawn. Lethal, they're just looking for the frags. But Medal, I don't think they should give any.
Yeah, Mars has actually taken up that Spectre, as he's actually slowly making his way towards shot, and those sound cues picked up by Easy, waiting to see if he can find something, and Marcel might be in trouble here. Marcel's gone towards shot, and now this information being relayed is a problem because Marcel can probably find a couple of kills. There we go, the double tap comes in, and Easy's gonna find himself and his team in a position to find 2 men up, but instantly he's been dropped by Android as they take over the B site.
30 seconds
the
left.
plant will go down, but the advantage that is in the hands of Metal is that 2 players are very low at the moment, less than half HP. It's up to Sensei to work this one out because he's the only one healthy enough, more than 100 HP. It's just about a push as a team, and Batman with that Spectre is gonna have to be the one to make this work. Tricky, hoping that he can cause some damage by being the distraction as the Jet, but he's got no utility to do so. They're gonna have to swing all together. One's been spotted. Easy takes him out. Batman gets another. Batman finds them all. And that's gonna be a thrifty win for the side of... I was about to say Lethal, but it's Metal. 8 and 6. And they don't let it go.
No, they don't. For the side of Medal. That's the thing. Not only is it a thrifty win, it's also their eco that they won. They disrupt the economy of Lethal Esports pretty badly because of the fact that, yeah, they've lost their anti-eco. The guns are going to be, the entire weaponry it's going to be extremely vulnerable. I mean, we're seeing the buy on the side of Lethal Esports right now. You know, they've got half armors, frenzies, sheriffs, 1 hero vandal on Marcel. But that's pretty much it. Otherwise, Lethal Esports, they're struggling, and this gives a golden opportunity for Medal. And whatever kind of guns they have, be it a Vandal, be it a Phantom, Spectres, even a Bulldog if they've bought, it is going to be pretty helpful for their side. As for Lethal Esports, it's their own semi-buy, it's their own thrifty that they have to work their way around. They have infiltrated pretty deep in towards market, and they're just waiting on someone from Medal to show their faces. Thing is, Medal are playing very restricted. We are not seeing any movement from them as well. Even Ezzy, inside of defender spawn, just playing on the back lines. The people on the B bomb side, they're towards B main. People on A, nobody's peeking in towards mid from catwalk. Lethal have to make the opener, and there's 0 point. Well, it gives location of at least one player, the one who shot it. Middle have to ready themselves up for a pretty fast retake on the B bomb side.
They've all taken over market. Oh, look at this attack. This is very impressive. But what do they do from here, Lethal? They break the doors, of course, they go through, yes. But after that, it's going to be a world of hurt that's against them. The recons don't even matter because Fox is just bringing them down. He's got damage coming up in heavens. But Saibal and Lucia will find two. And they've got the side in control. The plant will go down and suddenly is the anti-eco being played against them.
Planted.
Yep. Again, the tides have turned. Now it's Medal Esports at that deficit. The guns are with Lethal, and that's the problem. Tricky. Can he isolate the gunfight against Mazel? Does Mazel even peek? No, he doesn't as of now. In terms of utility, well, Badman eliminates Saibal. There is one player at the back of the boathouse, but Mazel from behind gets one. 1 versus 1 now. Tricky's got the updraft. He drops down. Sound cue given. Lucia, no utility. Will he spam fire? Yes, he does. Gives his location away.
He's
sticking it.
He's sticking it. Tricky. Pro so big. And what a pro he is. He doesn't even matter that he's died. All he wanted was the round. And kudos to this young prodigy to have the nerve to just stick it. He didn't even care that Lucia just tried to spam him through. Because that was just a fake spam. What a play from Tricky. He's really having it for himself at in this series. In the previous game and in this one, he's having a roll. And that roll is just absolutely tumbling over Lethal at the moment. 6-1 up they were, by the way. And since then, they've only put up 2 rounds.
Let's play.
All right. Again, the side of Lethal Esports. Trouble brewing. Mazel got the Torre force. Can he get the shots? Oh, he tags Tricky severely through the wall. And Tricky again with the blade storm. He's looking for a kill, but Mazel has already retreated. So it's the same, position like Lethal are in. They want to find that opener. And in terms of the utility, they really have to strategically place it because there is no scarcity of utility. They have so much. I mean, after all, they have got 2 sentinels. They've got 2 initiators as well. The fade is there, and of course, and even Omen has his own flashes. The paranoia. So it's not like there is no utility on the side of Lethal. It's where they use it and how they play with it in terms of peaking those angles as well. As for Medal, they are just playing again by the backlines. They are not moving. It's a very restricted play. Lethal have selected the A bomb side. We are seeing the attackers flood in, and Tricky goes down as the initial kill. Badman looking at another. Before he goes down, he drops the player with the spike. Medal are looking to not go for a retake. They want to stop this execution, but they're so vulnerable, peeking these isolated angles all by themselves. And now it's all down to God Vexy by himself as well.
God Vexy's just got a bulldog to work with, and it's a very, very difficult situation. Because, quite honestly, all of the middle players peeked out one by one, just like CCV said, and that was not a good choice to make. And Android's going to find the final kill as 9 come up for the side of Lethal. And in good measure, because they were letting the side of Metal close in. And a well-positioned timeout from the side of Metal to throw Lethal off their game. Because this is very, very much necessary for them.
Yeah, it is going to be extremely necessary for the side of Middle Esports. They've done so much to make that comeback happen. They've been looking stronger and stronger, especially towards the end of the first half. Lethal Esports, they still lead by only 2 rounds, the same as it was after the events of the first half, before the side swap. And after the side swap, it's really been a back and forth between both of these rosters. There have been times Middle have taken the win, Lethal have took it. It's been close 1 versus 1. It's been clutches. We've seen everything in the past couple of rounds, and it's only going to continue forward. So Medal make sure that for the side, for at least their team, they equalize the score, and then everyone can proceed further, whatever happens. They don't need, or they can't give Lethal an extension of that advantage as well, but they may just have to, as this round is going to be a weak buy from their side. They had invested in the Vandals and the Phantoms in the previous round, but the retake, or shall I say the denial of the execute from Medal just didn't work. It was the wrong approach. They tried taking those gunfights. Most of them failed, and Lethal Esports took great advantage of that kind of situation. So Medal, they'll be a lot more careful with their angles, and now they're ready to take this round head on, but already they've been shut down prematurely. Badman and Tricky bite the dust, and Fox is another one to follow.
Godvex is going to be the only one to get a trade, it seems, at the moment. As Android is holding them down towards the B side. But the spike is here as well. Even though the A side has been taken control of, the spike is right in front of him. And they're pushing him. They've got Vandals to work with. They're going to throw in flashes. Marcel will trade back, thankfully. And Godvexy, before he perishes, is going to make sure that he gets the Nightfall at the bare minimum. 10 and 7. Lethal are up to double digits. But don't not count out Medal just yet, ladies and gentlemen. They've definitely got some tricks up their sleeves. While Godvexy might not be having the best of games, the rest of them are putting in every bit they've got. And Godvexy is supporting with the utility, and he's got a very good ultimate now to work with. 4 of them, by the way, available now. A Killjoy ultimate, a KO ultimate, that Cosmic Divide, which hasn't been used at all, by the way, and of course the Nightfall.
Exactly. Plenty of ultimates on the side of Medal Esports, and now is the correct time to use them. It's a full buy. Lethal Esports are racking up their credits. The gunfight's taking place. Godvexy still alive, has got the support of his teammates. The Prowler goes through, spots and gives the location of Android again, but Android backs off. On the other side of the map, we are seeing Killjoy's kill, and we are seeing Killjoy's die. Fox with yet another, and Lethal Esports are on the back foot, but Marzel, does Ezzy expect this? He has slowed. Crosshair positioning is there, but no. Marzel gets an excellent kill just when it needed him to strike the most. Fox is also present. He goes down on 25 HP, and Lethal again. They've got the advantage. It is all down to Godvexy. 1 versus 2 scenario. Android on severely low HP, but the thing is the Nightfall is still present, and you never know where Marzel will strike from. Godvexy now spots the battle of the gun, wins the gunfight. This is very doable. Fade versus Fade. Even though the Nightfall hits, there is plenty of time for Vexy to do something, and he goes for his own Nightfall alongside the Prowler. Android, the decay hits him. He's on 1 HP. Does he know where Vexy is going to strike from? No, he's got his back turned towards Garden. And Godvexy,
it's just about time. 1 bullet is all that's needed, and Godvexy delivers it. A very, very much needed round from the side of Godvexy pops up, as he will put in the impact frags no matter whether he's got the lowest in the server. He's got 3 that made it work, and the final one was probably the most important one. It was just almost like a couple of breaches putting up, you know, those big earth-shattering ultimates, except for this time it was the sound cues that went away, and that's exactly why Godvexy was able to find Android, who had no clue as to where exactly he was coming from. He jumped, he ran, and all the sound cues he gave, Android couldn't hear it because Nightfall made it all possible. And in the end, number 8 comes up. Good measure for the side of Medal, as they allow themselves a little bit of room to breathe.
they do. Medal again. They have got room to breathe. They've got a bit of momentum as well going their way, but they've got to improve on it more and more and more. And that's the thing for their side. They cannot just rely on a round-by-round basis. They need to shut down Lethal Esports, and they're doing just that. Sensei down but not outstayed. Android tagged by that judge. Tricky may peek again. You never really know towards market. Marzel can enter. He can pressure the defenders even more. Tricky's in a very, very vulnerable spot right now. He goes down. It's all down to Vexy to keep side control. No, he cannot. Easy takes his place, but Easy is eliminated. And now it's just sheer chaos. Medal Esports, unfortunately for their side, they give the site up. They give the round up. Lethal looking promising. This will be their 11th.
Yep. Just the 1 kill that would have come actually if a little bit more pressure would have come in. Sensei was revived, and they will be able to get into the site, make the trades happen. Everything going right for them, as Badman peeks out only to be killed by Lucia. And ladies and gentlemen, we're closing into a third map here. Fracture looking almost inevitable at this point, as Lethal are making up for the mistakes that happened in the previous map.
Yeah, Lethal, it's their time for redemption. They're ready for it. They want to take the map. They want to take it by storm, but we know this exact score. We know Medal Esports, they came back from that 3-9. They equalized at 11-11. Then they took that 13-11 win. Problem is for Medal, very weak boy. They've just got that Marshall to work with. Tricky, trying to shoot at the players on the side of Lethal Esports, while Badman plays up close and personal for a sneaky play to take a couple of the rifles. And Tricky is taking all of their attention away from this Astra, hoping Lethal don't check that corner. If they do or not, let's find out. Ezzy in the meanwhile, no, not successful with that kill. And it's always Marzel who will initiate these pincer plays, these maneuvers. And it's going to be a double-sided take from Lethal Esports. Yet again, 2 from main, 2 from garden. They're ready to take the A-bomb site.
Oh, the spike has been dropped. Oh, Batman could have got one more if he had just found one more. But it will be tricky to get one more. They still are putting in the dents into the car that is Lethal. But it's just not enough. 2 players are pretty low, and Fox takes the risk to just jump down and find the kill. God Vexy will damage the third, but he was the only healthy one who could have tanked all that damage. And he did. And it was just a classic to face off against. Match point, ladies and gentlemen. We are just 1 round away from Fracture.
Yeah, we are a single round away from Fracture. Lethal Esports definitely want to go there. Medal, they want to try everything to avoid doing just that. And as for the game at hand, there is a strong chance Lethal can close it out. They've got 4 rounds. They just need to win a single one of them. That's it. Out of 4, just take a single round win. Pretty much it will be done and dusted. Marzel, great kill. Lucia with a double. And again, Lethal Esports ready themselves up for an A take. But wait a minute. They want to clear out the B-bomb side. What are they planning? Tricky's here by himself. Tricky's eliminated. And okay, now everything goes into picture. Badman right next to the Killjoy lockdown. His position given away. He takes down Cybele. He doesn't destroy the Killjoy lockdown. He tries to escape it. Can he? Yes, he can. He can escape it. But he's got 3 more angry attackers. And Marzel closes it out. It is going to be a victory for the side of Lethal Esports.
Indeed it is, and what a victory as well. What a comeback to make after what happened on Bind. A disastrous map on Bind has now been, well, cleanly, it has been, overturned on the map of Ascent, as we will go into Fracture with a third map to decide who will be our winner and who will be going to the group stages. And the other team will be heading back to Qualifier 2 to try all of this again. But so far, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be Lethal to take in the moment, find themselves a bit of, ground. Okay, guys, we're not out of this yet. It's all right. Just forget about what happened on Bind. Forget about what, went down. No matter whether it was a 4v5 or it was a 5v5, it doesn't matter. We won Fracture, we won Ascent, and we won it pretty convincingly. Let's go to the highlights as we talk about this, because Lethal really stepped up after they were, letting the side of Medal get close. 8-7. The scoreline was, and then from there, Lethal decided, all right, guys, we got to stop playing around, move up the ladder, and find ourselves to just throw them off. And that's exactly what they did.
So close.
And they did. Lethal on forward. So, exceptional play from their side. Medal Esports, good performance, good effort. But again, in the end, it just wasn't enough compared to what their opposition were doing. Just like what, happened on Bind. But swap the teams and swap the results. That's pretty much it. On Bind, it was Lethal Esports. They were looking so good. Just couldn't close it out. Just couldn't get as good as the performance Medal were giving. Right here on Ascent, Medal, they were looking nice. But also, they just could not close it out. Major problem. So, now everything is set. The stage is set for Fracture. It is going to be very intriguing seeing these teams and their different strategies on that map. Exactly how they want to move on forward, what kind of play styles they'll have as well. We've seen Lethal Esports play that map a couple of times. We've seen even Medal there. But against each other, I don't quite think they've played Fracture. I think they played it in a couple other tournaments recently. But here, the Esports Club, now we haven't seen that just yet. So it is going to be very, very intriguing.
Yeah, most certainly it is going to be intriguing. Fracture going to be a very important map, especially given the fact we have a good team. Lethal actually don't really mind playing on Fracture as such. They have played multiple times before and they do enjoy playing in it. Medal, they're also a team that plays Fracture, but I think that Lethal's record in Fracture somehow does precede them. I will have a look at the statistics post this match, post this segment, but for the moment, Lethal are looking back to their best form. They have gotten a pretty convincing win here, and I only am waiting for the third map because I think it's going to be just as exciting as anything else has been so far. Medal could have honestly shut this one down. They could have taken a 2-0, but Lethal were just better on Ascent. And now with both of these teams having taken their opponents' map pick, we're gonna have to hold on to our seats and wait for Fracture to come our way and see which team's hope is it going to actually fracture and break.
Try again.
That's the thing. A lot of questions to be asked, once we have a look at exactly what can happen on Fracture, what will happen on Fracture, the team performances as well. It's been so close with these gunfights, with these duels. We'll have a look at the scoreboard very, very quickly. We'll see in complete like numerical data the player performances and how everyone did. But that's the thing, you can't say anything for Fracture. These teams, they like to run different comps as well. They like to have different strategies in place. It's all going to be very chaotic, that's for certain. But it is going to be that final map. As I love to say, my best favorite one-liner, this best of 3 has now effectively turned into a glorified best of 1. Fracture it is. Whatever has happened on Bind, on Ascent, doesn't matter. Throw it out the window. If you're a player in either one of these teams, either Lethal or Medal, just focus on the next map at hand. Now, we have our beautiful scoreboard powered by VLR as well, and we can see that yeah, tremendous performances from Lucia has been that Mr. Consistent for his roster. Even on the map of Bind, he was doing so much work as the Brimstone. Now as the Omen, he is still putting in that effort, getting 23 and 12, almost having a KD of 2 in such a close game.
Yeah, Lucy has been putting in the effort here, and he even was the MVP for his team in the previous map. So he clearly is the one pillar that they can count upon to carry them across the line. And Android as well, he's really stepped up this game. 21 and 13 for him. Even him having a pretty great game in Marzel 2012. These three players have been putting it up for their team. Tensei also supporting his team as the KO, and Cybele, he might not have had the best of games, but he had his impactful moments. On the other side, it wasn't really spread out performance. Tricky and Fox and Easy did a good job, tried as much as they could, but got vexy, just not able to come back from what was that Bind game, him being absent for so long. He needs to find his groove, and hopefully this was a warm-up for him, because Fracture is really going to be a map that his teammates need him on.
Absolutely. Yeah, everyone needs their teammates on the map of Fracture. It is really going to be amazing. But so far, boy, Bind and Ascent, it's already been 2.5 hours just for 2 maps. With the amount of mana, with how lengthy these maps have been, with all the pauses that were taken on Bind, the disconnections and all that. But definitely, it is amazing. Fracture will be coming up very, very shortly as well. But before that, we'll be taking a break. Don't go anywhere. During this break, go in the description, get yourself some gear from our lovely sponsors. You can get some mobile processors and laptops from the side of AMD Ryzen. Again, tremendous performance they offer on the go. If you're a corporate person, if you're a college student as well, you want that work to be done as quickly as possible. You want all of your games to run in the best manner. AMD Ryzen have you covered. Of course, we've got the SSDs from the side of Crucial as well. Make sure everything boots up as quickly as possible. And in order for everything to run as smoothly as possible, Windows 11 is the best operating system. So go ahead in the description, get yourself some gear. And us here in, Lethal Up Against Medal, we'll be right back after this short break.
From the legends of memory and storage, Crucial brings you the ultimate performance in gaming. Legendary products, precision engineered for speed and stability. Crucial Ballistics. legends of memory and storage. Crucial brings you the ultimate performance in gaming. Legendary products. Precision engineered. For speed and stability. Crucial ballistics.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to AMD Ryzen and Windows 11 present the Esports Club Challenger Series powered by Crucial. Yes, that's exactly how my life has been dark. CCV's Cam as well as my life both are dark. And so has Metal Esports Ascent map been. That's the map that they chose. And clearly they've been left in the dark over there. But hey, we're back and we will be heading to the third map of Fracture, which honestly, I'm not entirely sure which way it's going to end up going. Bind was an ecstatic entertainment matchup, a match that you will probably never see again happening. Ascent was very much, meager. It went straight up as the direction was required, as necessary. Lethal with a straightforward win. And now we go to Fracture, the map that I absolutely despise, but these players seem to have no problem with. So, as much as I love casting Fracture, I hate playing it just as much.
Yeah, Fracture always, either my games on Fracture go really well or they go very, very bad. And yeah, that's the thing that Fracture is always for the players as well. It goes through that sense of back and forth. There are many, many changes that take place, especially after the side swap. The compositions players run, it can also be a major factor in letting them be quite aggressive or be extremely defensive. Everything is really dependent on how the team wants to take it. But I'm going to ask the question as I look to go through a couple of technical issues I'm going through as well, Universe. What are your expectations from Fracture? Who do you think takes the win?
I would usually at this point say I don't know, but I'm gonna throw it out on a limb and I say that Metal take this.
Okay. Any particular reason or just it's a gut feeling kind of thing?
I'd say it's a gut feeling. I'd say Metal take this, and it'll be a close one definitely. But I would say that right now, Metal, I think, are in the right position to
Yeah.
find this map to be their own, and it's just a gut feeling. There's no two ways about it. There's no particular reason. It's just that my mind says go with. Forgive me. My heart says go with Metal, and so does my mind. And if I'm wrong, I'm gonna get a transplant done.
Oh, all right. Is the before the land, during the land, after the land? Is the transplant taking place? But definitely, one of these teams, they will be transposing themselves from the qualifiers into the group stage. That's a nice one. But yeah, that's the thing, is that very, very important. The stakes couldn't be more higher.
Yep.
This entire best of three has been very entertaining. It's had everything, Bind mainly comprising of it, all the sheer drama, whatever you think of, was on the map of Bind. But now it's the final map. This is the final
Yep.
hurdle these teams have, and this is going to be the final matchup we are seeing today as well. Tomorrow we'll have Revenant against True Rippers, different matchup, same result for that, same objective for both the teams. Qualify to get into the group stages alongside the 4 invited teams that are there. But we'll talk about that later. For now, Fracture it is. One map remains between Medal, between Lethal Esports. So here we go. Already Lethal securing their choices, and Lethal always, they don't make a lot of changes on Fracture with their composition. Like their most played comp has always been Breach, Brimstone, KO, Chamber, and Neon. We are seeing a reminiscence of that. So yeah, it's going to be double initiator yet again. Android on the Neon, Marzel will be picking up the Chamber. It's going to be, oh no, actually even Chamber can be picked up by Sensei. That's one of the things that is changed. But no, Sensei is going to go for the KO actually, and Marzel, who played the chamber on Ascent, will be locking that agent again. As for the side of Medal Esports, what are they looking for? These guys, they usually run a double Sentinel. Vexy is on the Sage quite often, and Ezzy plays the chamber, and we are seeing, yeah, same thing happen here. So it's going to be double Initiator on the side of Lethal Esports, and on the side of Medal, well, for the time being, they're looking for 2 Sentinels.
Yeah, they usually go for that, and we do have Tricky with the Raze pick, as that is going to be opposing the
Select
Neon.
your agent.
But pretty much everything else the same, except for the fact that there is a double Initiator on LE, and on Medal there is just the double Sentinel. So information is going to be a little extra for the side of Lethal. They're going to have a lot more attack-minded executes coming in. Retakes are going to be easier for them when they disable the utility of the opponents. But for the moment, I think that having the Sage, especially when you are going to be playing on the defense, I believe is going to be helpful. Of course, yeah, you got the wall, you got the slow ups, helps helps a bunch when it comes to slowing down attacks, or just in general, because the Sage healing powers, revival powers, she's got a bunch of things that she can do. She's not all that silent when it comes to playing. She is a pretty great agent, was a staple pick, went down a bit after the wall got a little nerf, but she's back up again here. Hopefully, is she going to revive the chances of Medal to win this map? We will find out in just a bit. God Vexy, the man who needs to be woken up with the Sage itself. Let's see how it works out for them. Medal have one bind in a pretty convincing manner. 4v5 to come with smiles on their faces, only to be frowns in Ascent. But can they turn this back around, as we've got a very interesting map 3 coming up. Ladies and gentlemen, Lethal versus Medal. 1 to go to the group stages and 1 to start this journey of qualifiers all over again. Go ahead and hit all of your love in the comments for your favorite teams. Let us know who you think is going to win, because this is going to be one very, very pressure-builded match for both of these teams.
Yeah, everything is going to be just collapsing on these teams, and one of them may just crumble under said pressure. Who is it going to be, Lethal or Medal? I could not tell you for the life in me. Every single rational kind of opinion that can be formed based on previous histories, matches, results, theories, all of that, throw it out the window. Doesn't matter. Why? Because the players, they themselves are in a very, very different mindset. For the side of Lethal Esports, yes, they lost on bind, but they've got, that extra bounce after taking Ascent in a 13-8, which isn't like one-sided, neither is it super close. It's just in the sweet spot, right? But Lethal, they took the win. As for Medal, they know they have the capabilities to challenge their opposition in even a 4 versus 5, just given they have the right circumstances. They need to be in the right circumstances again. They need to deliver again. So everything that they may have thought about previously, before heading into this matchup during the veto, if they thought if Fractures played what we would do, it's going to go through major shakeups. And in the little bit of time both these teams had right now, in the break that we had as well, there would have been so many discussions going on in both the calls, for the other rosters, discussing how to improve, what not to do. It's a very different map than the two we've seen so far. Ascent, you're playing slow, you're infiltrating a lot, you're making ground, like really sneaky, like as an attacker, especially towards like deep market mid, and then you strike in an instant. On Fracture, there is going to be contact somewhere or the other. You cannot be silent as an attacker or as a defender. There are going to be early kills, and already we are seeing the bulk of the attackers form right outside of A main, looking to enter those corridors, looking to challenge the members of Medal Esports.
Yep. The last time these two faced off on Fracture was in the upper bracket semifinals of the Community Cup, and Medal Esports lost there. And this was the same composition that Lethal beat them with. Let's see how it's going to turn around this time for them. Towards B, they've gone, and look at where Android's got in. He still gets the kill though. Easy's going to find one with the shorty, and he's going to find another as the chamber nonetheless. He still has the headhunter with 4 bullets on his chamber, on his pistol, and there he gets a third. Oh my god, Easy. done more than enough, and the one man who's left alive is gonna go down after giving a headshot to both of the players coming in as the flank. But Easy, holding down with a shorty, gets done so much. And even the headhunter finds 2 very impactful kills. Now, if that is an impactful round, if that isn't an impactful round, I don't know what is.
Oh, that definitely is a very, very impactful round right there. As the excellent performance, 4K and medal again. Anti-eco, proper anti-eco from their side is going to be 4 Spectres full armor, 5 Spectres and full armor on their roster. They're ready for it. What much can Lethal do? I mean, Android is going to flood the site anyways, already on 60 HP. He tags Fox, but goes down. So the surprise play that Lethal had is now gone. Tricky is just collecting up kills as he can from halls, but even he goes down, drops the Spectre alongside his body. Lethal Esports, they've gotten 1 kill so far. They have eliminated the race. I don't think they can do much. Lucial running blindly into the A-bomb side. That's going to be his ultimate demise. And Medal, very calmly and very casually, pick up their second.
Yep, a good round for them, as they will be moving further ahead to take in round number 2. Now, I do want to, loom about what exactly Medal have, done in their past. Now, Medal Esports have quite a few matches on Fracture. They've played with 6 matches so far, out of which they've only won 2. And one of them was against Team Punished in the previous, round of the Challenger Series. And here we go. To start off things, Marzel's already found Easy. And while Medal are not entirely comfortable with Fracture, I still think for some reason that they're going to be able to pull out this and put another win of Fracture on their board. For the moment, the A side is looking like a point of contention, but it is a very slow contention at that. Marzel's lurking around towards B, and he doesn't need any support here. And look at where Tricky is. Tricky!
Oh.
What? Tricky! There's no way you missed that. Come on.
Yeah, that was that's a certified moment right there. That's a certified Valorant moment. Oh boy. All right, Tricky goes down. Medal now. 2 surviving players. Vexy can get an off-guard kill, and at this point, that's all that Medal should hope for. There is a it's a highly unlikely chance they can get the map, or they can get the round. But they could have tried to get the members of Lethal, and Fox does manage to. Before he goes down, he takes away another rifle that Lethal had bought with their precious saved up credits. Although it is going to be a round win, and that's what Lethal need. Medal though, they're done with their bonus. Enough with the Spectres and the Marshals and all that. Now it's time for the Operator to be brought out, and already Ezzy, he's got the Torte Force and he's got the Operator ready. Okay, Lethal, you better be careful which angles they decide to peek, where and how they decide to peek as well. You can't really dry peek anymore. It's not going to be working. Ezzy challenges the angle, but no!
Yikes!
Lucia! Previously, he got rid of Tricky in the last round. Now, Ezzy is gone. Again, Mr. Consistent strikes once more.
Damn, that was a nasty one-tap from Lucia. And he's got himself and his team a pretty good advantage of having taken out Easy, the one man who has been on a rampage across all 3 maps. Lethal. Now, with a little bit of a slow approach, as Android tries to peek out to check who is peeking in A main. And Tricky slowly makes his move back. Marcel peeks out from drop, and God Vexy is ready for it. And one after the other, the Lethal Esports players have gotten their stances in towards A. It's going to be Android to make the first move, and what a slide and a touchdown to get Tricky's kill. God Vexy is hidden from the smokes. But for how long can he be doing it? Flash comes out and Fox is going to take him out. A crossfire was available, so either way Android was going to go down. But without any sort of casualty, it's now a difficult 3v3 because there is a very good attacking ultimate. they've ulted with the breach towards the side. Now, this was kind of expected, and that's exactly why the players of Lethal were towards main. And now that breach ultimate has actually gone to waste. Fox was blinded, comes out to nothing as Sensei takes him out. Blinds coming in from either side. There's another one available, if at all anything. The fault line will come through. Stuns both of them. They peek out. Stuns 3 of them, actually. But Cybel's hale and healthy. And out comes Lucia from Sans to get another. The spike will take down 1, maybe 2. No, only Sensei goes down. And Lethal back in the game.
Brilliant execution from the side of Lethal Esports right there. They had control the place where they planted the spike as well. They were playing purely for that post plant with the excess amount of utility that they had. The orbital strike, the fault line, the flashes, the KO fragment. They had everything to suffice a very simple post plan. And unfortunately for Medal, they could not eliminate the players. That was the root cause. Because there were so many lethal players alive, the utility was still present. Because the utility was present, the defusal could not be completed. And of course, it led to Medal losing that round. So yeah, Lethal Esports, they played it smartly, they played it safely, and they made it work. Now they're forcing Medal Esports in again in a predicament where they have to save their credits. They have to go for this weaker buy. And you can't really delay, rifles and vandals and phantoms and a neon as well, very angrily pushing down the corridors, entering into the bomb site when you've only got sheriffs and shorties to work with, essentially. So again, another problem for Medal Esports. Lethal, most likely, they shall be taking the advantage, but Medal can strike back. There is the Torde force in the hands of Ezzy, and he can make it work. Thing is, he's all alone in the A-bomb side. The hit is on B, and the hit is now on.
Oh, of course, Android runs riot over that A side. B side, forgive me, but God Vexy puts a bullet to his forehead to shut him down with those lasers. And that back comes easy, and he's got a Torde force to work with. It's a 2v2 and a very doable 2v2. God Vexy needs to pre-fire this, and he does. And now they need to worry about where exactly last player is. They expect that backstab to come in. God Vexy needs timing here, but it's gonna be Ezzy to pick up the pieces from behind him as Medal win a very much needed thrifty round, and a round that will give them confidence to move further and peak, and this time maybe not get one tapped.
Yeah, this time for Lethal, they went for the take, got the spike, but no, their post plan was not good. They lost their gunfights, they were inside the bomb side, and Medal Esports, they were back into it. So the tides have been turned. It's now Lethal whose economy, well, not just yet is it in tatters, but it can be very soon. Great performances we've seen from Lethal so far. Ezzy, Fox, 7 kills, 6 kills. Remaining players definitely, looking to improve their scores a bit more. It needs to be a full-on team effort. But we are still very early into this map, and that's the thing. For both Medal and for Lethal and their members who are not at the top of the table just yet, it's a long way to go. Tricky, however. Yeah, you can't push this aggressively, still lose the gunfight. Ezzy is looking for remunerations, and yes, Medal do find it, not in the form of 1, but in the form of 2 kills. Android and Marcel, both of them go down, although Lethal Esports, they have taken A-side control. The spike, in order for it to rotate over, it's going to take some time, and Medal Esports, they can try to fight off against the likes of Lethal in just this very few seconds.
Well, they're not going to be detaining the Sage. They will get Batman though, because they want that revival not to come through. The jump from God Vexy. He gets away. He's still safely tucked in this corner, and he will get the trade as Batman finds Sensei as well. It's suddenly a 1v2. Whoa. And now the smoke comes down from the heavens above. Lucia trying to fake it out, but Easy's going to be the one to be revived now. As he comes to life, there's just one thing left to do. Get that spike defuse down. They know where Lucia is. He's got no more utility to work with, and time is in plenty at the moment. A triple peak comes through, and Lucia, while he does take out Batman, he will not be taking out anybody else. Beyond the grave is only the 1 kill he will get, and another successful round for Medal.
Yeah, again, the retake worked. They let Lethal take that A-side control. They played exactly for the retake. They had the resurrection ready. Their utility was also on point, and they isolated those gunfights, The biggest play definitely had to be Vexy securing the kill onto Cybel. and the breach completely like going out of it, and unfortunately not winning that gunfight. He used the rolling thunder, the flash, everything was spent, but it still was in vain. Middle East was looking better and better again. 3 of their players, 7
want to
kills, so lucky
play?
number
Let's
7 for their
play.
side, and they need everything, be it luck, be it kills, be it momentum. Medal needed in the favor, so do Lethal. Now, as he won't miss, Tode Force Operator, everything works for him. Sensei fires off and gets the kill onto Tricky, who has not been having the best past couple of rounds, but his teammates are there in aid whenever he needs them to be.
Ooh. Badman gets a good shot onto Android, and now it's onto the one man on A main. Cybele blinded, taken out, and
Spike
just
down
Marzel
A.
left now. The Tour de Force is in hands. He jumps down. Okay, Marzel. What a shot from him.
Out of charges.
His skill works out to perfection. He's got another one here. They're feeding him. Marzel turning out to be a big menace. But look at where the spike is. What a position it's dropped in. I'm not quite sure if he can pick it up from behind the door. Can he? Worried about the fact that somebody could be peeking him. The door shots, and Marzel has the spike in his hands now. Got Vexy. Wants to maybe look at his flank,
30
but there
seconds
is
left.
a player holding down the cross, and that is the Chamber. It's going to be a duel between the two here. And it's about who gets the better timing. Marzel! So quick on the trigger.
Planted.
Finds himself pretty much everything he needs. Has got even a Vandal to work with. And now it's on to God Vexy. He's got a slow orb which could help him at least to get the half defuse done. Out it goes. Now he needs to stick that defuse, but it comes out of the backside.
Oh.
God Vexy will secure the round. But Marzel had one of the best tries that I've seen. That push to get those kills one after the other. The peek onto Easy though, oh my god. Easy should have gotten that kill seconds before Marzel even tried to shoot that, man.
Yeah. I mean, was it like Pico's advantage or something? I don't really know. Whatever it was, Marzel, excellent performance. He may have lost the round, but he definitely won all our hearts. And goes to show, Marzel can do everything, man. Now on the Chamber as well, replacing Sensei's role, and Sensei's now doing a lot more of the initiating. We saw it on Ascent. Right now we're seeing it. Marzel still fires off. Again, he jack of all trades. And the experience as well. And him being the in-game leader. Again, just the amount of hands he wears. Enough. But there's another Chamber in town. It's not all on to Marzel, as he is also present. He gets rid of one attacker, but the other goes all the way towards Arcade, eliminating, well, his teammates eliminating the 2 defenders on the B-bomb side. That's the third, and Middle East they just weren't ready for Lethal to push with such a force.
Well, that instant aggressive switch up play does give them a lot of value.
One enemy remaining.
Marzel will take out Tricky, who did have the showstopper in his hand, but it's not going to be giving them any value at all. Fox has slipped in towards Arcade, but only for the 1 kill. Has a flash to work with, and they know exactly where he is. Well, Android is going to be susceptible to it. Fox is dropping weapons, and he's dropped enough. 3 of the players have been dropped, and they will be having to reinvest a little bit deep into the pockets, as they will not have full armor, but they will have weapons to work with. Metal 5 and 3 up at the moment. On an eco, it will seem. Easy will have money to drop maybe 1 weapon to somebody, as he does have the Tour de Force on his hands yet again. Will be looking to work with it. Not gonna give anybody else any pistols, or any sort of a Vandal for that matter. They're gonna have to work on what Easy has, and Easy is gonna work it towards the A site. Tricky is the only one who has been detected, and back comes Easy, but he's got nobody to shoot. Everybody's running away. They're going towards that B site, and this is a very difficult situation because the stack was actually towards A.
Stack is there, and now though, again, Lethal Esports, they're going to go into the Lion's Den, into the hands of Middle Esports. Badman completely stashed. He misses 1. Can he get more?
No!
No,
What's happening? What's happened? What?
Spike down B.
What? He gets one for his troubles. Orbital
Android?
strike.
How did Android not see him?
I have no idea. Batman eliminates Android and that's a thrifty win, but God.
Teleport's ready.
What?
Hey, hold on. I gotta check out the replay for this. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell just happened? Look at this. Wait, look at this. He gets blinded, alright? And look, Android sees him! Android sees him!
That was
What?
his
And even
teammate.
after he's fired 150 bullets, they still don't know where he is.
Oh no. What is that?
Lethal. Oh my god, Android, no. No, no, not like this. Not like this.
Bomb buddy out.
Oh man. I knew this match was gonna be worth casting.
Oh. That was oh my god. Alright. It's done. Round is over. We can focus away from Ed Marzel.
Excuse me?
Beautiful headshot. That was something. Everyone is firing off. It's always either with the sheriff and the headhunters you land the crispiest shot, or Batman. He's got to fire 10 bullets and he gets that one lucky headshot. That's what counts. Ezzy, however, it's not about the sheriff, it's about the operators as well. And he gets it. So, Lethal Esports, weaker buy on their side. We are spotting Marzel again with the headhunter. This time will be eliminated. And Medal, they want to take the advantage at the very least. They need those 7 rounds in the first half. Lethal, they're trying everything against it. They've got ultimates readied up. But Medal looking to deny its execute again.
Oh, Android has been stunned and he's being spammed as well. The ultimate has been shut down completely and so have the others.
Who's got this snap?
Metal finds 7 as Tricky gets a bit of a boost in his confidence and a much needed one as well at that. Tricky up to 3 now, but he's got a lot more to find. He's not had the best game here. He did have 2 very good games in the previous 2 maps, but Fracture turns itself around when it comes to him.
Oh,
But luckily for him, his teammates have been putting in a lot of effort. And yet again, they're close to some pretty big ultimates. Fox needs just 1 orb for the Rolling Thunder. Very good retake potential utility piece. And now Tricky is keen on letting somebody come to his crosshair and finding that kill.
okay. Alright, so yeah. Tricky is ready for anyone to enter. He's got the ADS in, paint shells as well. Android will be the first person to be ahead of the attack. Both of them exchange bullets. Tricky suppress and beautiful movement by Android alongside his teammates to take control of the bomb site. It has costed them the life of their chamber. Marzel is gone, but still, that's a deal they'll take any day of the week. Cybele next to the Rolling Thunder. Fox looking to go for it. The spike goes down.
Oh.
And Betsy doesn't get it.
Oh, Cybele!
Cybele with another. Medal Esports got completely off guard. And yeah, that is going to be Lethal taking the win.
Oh man, that was such a nasty little timing. I don't know why they didn't expect somebody to walk in. God, Vexy just jumped out like it was nothing because he thought that was being triggered was just a fake.
Last round in the half.
And now it's come down to a 7-4, which could be a 7-5 pretty soon.
Yep. So for the side of Lethal Esports right now, they've got that 1 round. You know, they've stopped the momentum of Medal. Medal, whenever they've been winning, it's been in all of these multiples. 2 rounds, 3 rounds, all of that. Now though, for the side of Lethal, they just want to get this half over with, honestly. They are hoping that the second half brings a lot more, like, hope for their side and better results, but it's still not all that far-fetched. It's not like Medal are completely running away with it. I mean, 5-7 exactly, you know, what we've seen previously it's not going to be the end of the world. It's not going to be end all be all for either one of these rosters. They can come back, then they can extend the lead as well. But for the time being, Rolling Thunder is going to be spent from both of the teams. And once everything is said and done, only one player has fallen, only one casualty. That is Android off the board. Metal Esports still the utility dump towards A halls to prevent Lethal from pushing further. Excellent flash and peek. Good team play. The aftershock prevents any repeats from taking place. Another flash from Marcel. Even he goes down. The opposite strike can't really do much, but Lucia's bullets from that Vandal definitely can.
I don't know why Lethal are hell-bent
30
on
seconds
challenging
left.
this A main side when they know
enemy
that it's
remaining.
not going in their favor. Why? They could have rotated away immediately after the first kill itself. They could have changed so much.
Switching sides.
But they were adamant on picking up the pieces towards that A main side. And all that happened was they lost their own. 8 and 4, Medal in a good position now on the attack. And they've got everything that they needed in terms of advantage. And they will be playing this to perfection now. This 1 minute tack pause is going to give them a bit to think about. Because they need it. Lethal desperately need this 1 minute. What can be done? How do we work this pistol? How is this going to work out for us? 5 rounds away, Medal, from securing their place in that top 8 of the group stages. And a chance for them to be able to make it to the arena from there. 5 rounds is what separates them. And if Lethal are able to make a comeback, then Medal are going to go back to the starting line and start the race again. And it's the same for Lethal as well. This is a very, very high stakes match here, ladies and gentlemen. It's not like, a tournament's over and it's done and dusted with. You come back for another. No. You lose this. This is going to be very heartbreaking, but you will have a second chance. That qualifier 2 starting from tomorrow is going to be important for a lot of these teams.
Yeah. The second qualifier is going to be the final frontier remaining for their side, for any teams that have not been able to, qualify from first qualifier. And again, there are hundreds and hundreds of teams are in that same position. Right now, we have 4 teams remaining in the first qualifier. We've got Medal and Lethal, the teams you're seeing right now. And of course, we've got Revenant and True Rippers, the teams who will be battling against each other tomorrow to see who wins, to see who takes the second spot, gets into the group stages. Apart from that, hundreds of other teams, over 1,000 other players, all of them, they have to go for the registrations. The registrations are still open. You can check out the social links of the Esports Club. You can register your team, again, play the matches, go through the entire bracket, single elimination. So you will have to do a lot of winning. But if you have what it takes, you can definitely get in the group stages, play amongst the best South Asia has to offer. Right now, though, these two are definitely amongst the best that we have seen in the first qualifier. Back and forth again in the pistol round as well. It doesn't disappoint. There is Lucia and Spawn. Easy. He cannot get the kill. Over towards A halls, he'll be swinging wide. This time now it's the other chamber who eliminates him. Another for Marcel. And Medal Esports, what are they trying to do?
remaining.
They want to go into the A bomb set, but this is just no. That is not the way how you do it.
Oh boy, that was a very, very tough round from the side of Medal. They went towards A, they got a little bit of advantage. They could, went towards B, got a bit of advantage, lost a player, but they immediately traded it out in the form of Android. Lucia was pretty low, and if Easy would have stuck that kill onto Lucia, I think that region would have definitely been theirs, because then the players would not have had a problem looking at 3 different angles at once, because Easy immediately retreated back. Marcel finds 2, and instantly the game turns around on its head. 8 and 5, pistol on the side of Lethal. As Easy, looking for an opening, will find himself dead.
He will. Medal Esports find a semi open A bomb site for the taking. They will be planting. The spike is got Vexy completely flashed and dazed. Still gets an excellent right click. And now for Lethal
enemy
Esports,
remaining.
yeah, Lucia guns down every single opponent he can find. Fox, the only person remaining. That's a single. Stuck alone. Yeah, it's done. Oh, just there's so many specters firing off together. Oh, that sound. Anyways, Lethal Esports get yet another round, and yeah, they're looking better. They're looking better. You know, they had better weaponry. It was the anti-eco. Medal Esports, they really did not have the most expectations from that round because who really would? You just have upgraded pistols. The best thing Medal did was get the spike down, get that extra bit of credit boost, and that was that. As for the side of Lethal, they're ready for it. Lethal are going for their own, like, I mean, it's not entirely a bonus. Marzel has logged in with that operator in half armor. Meanwhile, Medal will be looking for 5 rifles full armor as well. Going to be a very interesting round, and the team that wins, they will be at a major advantage.
8 and 6. The buy down comes in from the side of the attack. But Marzel has a big bad operator to work with. He's invested heavy into this round and he's holding down Arcade, which is on the other side of the map, as Lethal have got a heavy stack on the A side. Android ready for this. The door has been kept open for a long time and they don't even have an idea. They thought the door had closed, but Android has been standing on that trigger to keep it open for so long and finds Tricky almost too easily. He was a free kill. And he's yet again right there. They've got no clue whether this door's open or not right now. And they're going to have to check this angle preemptively. But that smoke is going to deny that even. Out comes Fox. He gets that kill. And they're looking for more. One more towards Sands. And they're going to be spamming him down. And now it's onto Lucia. Sitting on site.
Left.
Has a pretty great weapon to work with. And has got an overturned member of Medal to turn around. Fox goes down, but Badman will trade him back. 3 versus 2. Medal still in control, by the way. As Easy is gonna look for Marzel. Tucked himself nice and clean. The radius being decreased of that KO grenade is actually not gonna work in the favor of Sensei. Because if it was before this patch that was just released a day ago, Sensei probably would have damaged them heavily.
Yeah, he would have forced them out of the position. The fragment would have worked. It could have been an opportunity for Sensei to get a kill, or yeah, exactly. At least get that one. But no, it won't be. Medal still in it. The full buy works for their side. The operator has been dropped, and Lethal Esports now. Again, except for Marzel, you know, who has the headhunter, everyone's got 5 rifles because they really weren't going for an expensive investment, you know. They still had half armor, they still had the specters and whatnot, so they can still save up. And Marzel for himself, well, he picks up the ultimate orb and gets the Tour de Force. So, Medal Esports, yet again, on their attack. They've got plenty of defenders to work around, especially if they want to execute onto the B bomb side. We haven't seen too many of these B takes just yet. And if there's a reason to that, we'll find out very soon. Medal will be choosing to attack from many avenues, many instances. The rolling thunder goes through. There is that counter utility. On the side of Lethal, Cybele gets the opener, and now the orbital strike is in full force, but none of the attackers are near it. Instead, it's the bullets that deal so much more damage. Medal down to 2 members, but Lethal in the same position.
Yep. Lucia walled off. Molotov will touch Fox, but not burn him. Just a slight pinch. It's a 2v2 now, and there is a Tour de Force available on Marzel. As Easy is holding a pretty good angle. And he's got cover towards Canteen if need be as well. Lucia smokes off Arcade, and this is going to be an important fight, and there it goes. Easy wins it, and now it's on to 1 man left standing. Fox and Marzel on either side. The blind is perfect, but Marzel, the shot is even better. 9 and 6 made unto 9 and 7. Could have been 10 and 6 right now. But this is amazing from Marzel. He's turned up a notch in this map. 16 kills for him. And
Yeah.
good God, this has been a very back and forth map. But on top of most of which have been medal.
So far, yeah, exactly. Medal have been on top of this, but can they keep the control? Again, we are seeing better and better performances from Lethal. You highlighted the example of Marzel, and I have to agree. He had a slow start on Ascent. Overall, not the best maps. Even though, yeah, Lethal, they did end up taking the win. Even on Fracture, Marzel, slow start, but now again, improved time and time again. The operator, the tour de force, operator, tour de force, it works in tandem, and it works miracles. Once more, it's the X-Chamber on the side of Lethal Esports who has to hold off this push. Sensei, oh, not going to find any kills. The smokes, they block off any line of sight. There is no other Lethal member. Not in arcade, not in tower, nowhere. They have to rotate.
Easy.
And easy, yes. Alongside the flash, he picks off yet another defender.
Well, Medal have got the entire side in control, and look at it. The save call's already been made. Lethal don't have money, and they gotta go for the save. They have an operator that they will have to keep in their pockets until the next round, because if that is not available, one of their best chances of winning or even coming close to medal in this game is gonna go down the drain. All stacked up towards Dish as a flawless round comes in on the side of medal, ladies and gentlemen. What a beautiful round this has been. Just absolutely rushing in, finding the face of Sensei, and then that push towards spawn, which Easy got on the back of a flash. Amazing, amazing stuff. Double digits up, and now they're 3 rounds away from sending Lethal back to square one.
Yeah, they are. Lethal Esports, if they lose right here, heartbreaking, devastating it will be. Even if medal lose, if Lethal can get more rounds than their counterparts, if they can take the win on Fracture, it's going to be equally heartbreaking. Honestly, at this point, for both of the rosters, be extra careful. Give it your all. This has been going for quite some time. We are nearing, I'm pretty sure by the end this map ends, it's going to be like 4 hours. But yeah, still you have to keep on going. Ezzy, look at those skills.
He's just keeping them. He's just keeping them at A. He doesn't even care that he's lost his life, because this has been a brilliant fake. The plant will go down so well. They were so focused getting that one man, that the one player with the ultimate that could have made the difference was Android, went pretty much down easily. And Ezzy has done what he needed for his team. Again, a 3v4. This time they're trying for the retake. This time they don't want to let it go. Marzel, walled off from spawn, has to come in from canteen. Forced to, rather.
Teleport's ready.
And now, all of this information heard by Tricky, who's sitting in that tight little pretty corner in this, right next to the glass box, near the spawn. And he's gonna be the one man probably changing the game here.
Enemy remaining.
Tricky gets the first. And he's gonna be probably getting the next as well. No, it's gonna be Fox, it seems. Marcel, down to 33 HP, needs to keep himself alive. The operator, very, very necessary. They're gonna run towards him, and it's gonna be tricky to find him off. Ladies and gentlemen, 11 and 7, medal 2 rounds away from sealing the deal to become the first team to head into the group stages from the qualifiers. Just 2 rounds away. And it seems like it's inevitable at this point. Lethal have no money. Lethal have no weapons. Lethal have nothing, as they are actually committing a buy into this. Alright, they choose against it. Marzel's the only one who's got something in the bag. He's got a Vandal to work with. Android's playing with a Spectre. They're semi-forcing into this, and they will have to play on half armor in the next round if at all they lose this, or even if they win this. But Lethal need this desperately.
Yeah. What is the plan from Lethal as well? Wait a minute. We are seeing a major rotation take place from the upper side of the map. I guess they were just looking for information towards Dish and towards that arcade area. They spot no attacker. So they know for a fact that Medal and their members, they are near the south side. They will be attacking from either A halls or B main. They ready themselves up for a push. And speaking of Medal Esports, They're not taking any major risk as well. They know Lethal are vulnerable. They just need that opening kill. It's going to be yet another heavy-handed push in towards the A-bomb side. Sensei, Android, they pick off 2 attackers, but the attackers take control nonetheless. Question is, do Lethal buy enough time for the reinforcements? Yes, they do. They get the guns, they get the rifles. Badman wins the gunfight against Marzel. That's the top truck gone. But there are 3 more defenders that need to be eliminated. Fox is gone in towers. The spike is gone. And Lethal Esports, the semi by Vooks.
Oh boy. This is going to be a very big comeback if Lethal make it happen. That was a very much needed round, and their aggressive pushes find them value. If only one player from the side of middle was there on the other side of that rope region, maybe they could have had an idea as to what to do. But that A hit was not expected from them, the way that they peeked out with the flashes. And now the split approach comes in from middle. Knife not gonna reveal anybody. Android goes in for the peek, loses his life, and so does Lucia. And now they know there's a third player here, but now they've got more than enough firepower to deal with this. Sensei is behind that box. He's gonna be forced out. He gets one, finds 2. Sensei doing the work. And now it's on Tricky, and Tricky loses his life as well. Cybele comes in for the support, and Easy. Now he's left in a 1v2, and oh my god, what a shot that was. Easy gets the kill, but Marshall will miss his. And now Easy doesn't even need to peek him. All he needs to do is run away. And run far, far away, my boy, to a land that's on the other side of this map. Because that arcade push from both those teams was very, very notorious. And now Marcel knows where to go. Down goes the spike. Easy just readying himself up for this. As he is actually putting his teleporters in a pretty vulnerable spot. He will be out in the open from at least one angle, if at all anything. Does not know where Marcel's going to be coming from. He's jumping about. Needs to be careful here, Easy. He's got a bit of a problem. I think now he's expecting this. From drop, he's looking at the right angle. Marcel drops down on Marcel! Too quick. Finds his team the 9th round, and they keep themselves still alive. Lethal are not out of this yet, ladies and gentlemen.
No, they are not. You can see Marzel as well. No change in his facial expression as well, because he knows that the job is not done. Far from it. Actually, it is going to be, Lethal Esports still down a couple of rounds. Medal a single away from getting map point, best of 3 point, qualifier 1 point, whatever you want to call it. Medal Esports 2 rounds away. Right now, already, Ezzy goes for the Torre Force, so does Marzel. Again, Chamber against Chamber. Going to be very interesting who wins that duel, if said duel ends up taking place. But so far, no, it's very, very quiet here in Fracture. Everyone is waiting. And now, we speed things up. Tricky, the showstopper doesn't work. Goes up tower. Sensei eliminates him. Sensei still alive. And again, the defense of Lethal Esports holds on for a lot longer. Medal are not allowed the opportunity to push forward, except for God Vexy, who gets one, but also gets eliminated.
Spike down, B.
That was a 1-for-1 trade as he expected. Lucia was not thinking that he was going to peek out like that. Fox will get one, but no more. 11 and 10, and we're closing up here. Lethal. They're hot on the trail of their opponents. And now it's the side of Middle who have the pressure on their heads. They need a round, and they need it so bad. They just absolutely need some sort of miracle to happen. And they need it right now. They need to create it themselves. One player needs to pop off. Middle have got 2 players who've been on an absolute roll. Fox and Easy, 20 kills for both of them. 25 for Fox, actually. And the rest have not been able to put in as much impact as needed.
Careful
But
here.
this is probably where they can make it happen. Towards A they go. Cybele, listening to all of this, has his ultimate ready. Throws it down, scares them away. And look at where Android is. He's coming up, slowly creeping up towards them. He's curious about it, but he's holding them off. It's a good off angle for him to hold in case they do choose to rotate.
There. There.
They're not. They are adamant about going towards the A side because now they know that the breach ultimate is not there. The triple peak comes to Lucia only with the one, and unfortunately it had to be tricky. Cybele will get one more trade. Batman takes one out. The knife will be destroyed. 3 versus 3. The ultimate to clear out the side, but Mars is holding a better angle. Gets one, gets away. Out for the second. Gets another, gets away. Out for the third. Will he get it though? Android's looking for it, and he's gonna find it. 11-11. Make a wish, ladies and gentlemen, because Lethal Esports are looking to be the ones to grant it for themselves.
Lethal Esports at this time, I mean, look at the sheer just confidence that these guys have, peaking these angles, knowing eventually it's going to end up in the same manner every single time. Medal Esports, Badman, much needed timeout. Yeah, they have to discuss what has been going on for the past couple of rounds. They've got to make sure that it doesn't happen again. And again, I will repeat this statement that no matter what has happened for pretty much the entirety of the past 3 hours and like 30 minutes, you still have to make sure you just focus on what's next, because these two teams, again, on equal footing. That's it. 11-11. And again, so many discussions taking place in this one timeout in the couple of like 90 or so seconds that the players have overall, you know, going through exactly what has been happening. We are seeing the cams, we are seeing, I mean, we're seeing just how much they're talking. Exactly what they're talking, it's up to them. They just have to show it in the results. Whatever has happened has happened. This point forward, round number 23, whichever team secures this will be getting series point. So here we go.
Well, it all boils down to this. Split approach from the side of middle, and Easy gets taken out. Marzel's having confidence of the ages right now, as he's peeking and hitting everything he spots. And they've already lost one of their main players. They can't go back for the revive. And that's exactly their plan. They head away from Dish, as they will go to get Easy back up on his feet. Marzel's gonna let that happen, it seems. Unless Fox gonna keep him at bay for the moment. An eco that might just force them to maybe use that ultimate for a better day, because they're not exactly going by the ropes to get that revive out. They're just waiting for somebody from Lethal to make a mistake. Out goes the grenade. Lethal have an idea as to where this attack is coming. Marcel misses the second shot, but he's not going to be missing too many of them, as middle are just selling out a fake. It's the A side that's going to be attacked, and they exactly know what's happening, Lethal. They know this all too well. This just could be it. 20 seconds, a Molotov to block them for a bit longer. They will dive through the smoke, but the problem is that smoke is gonna be problematic. Up goes the wall, and the spike falls on the other side. It's over. Lethal with the match point, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
It might as well have been done.
Badman tried his best, had gotten one kill, but towards the end, it's the other Brimstone who shines. Lucia, triple kill, and Lethal Esports a single round away now. After all that has happened, after this barn burner of a best of 3, Lethal Esports now hold it firmly. But there's still that chance of Medal Esports. After all, it's only a single round. Medal can strike back. They very well can. They know it. Lethal knows it. Everyone watching this are aware of that as well. You cannot count Medal out. Sure, Lethal have the momentum, but Medal, they can always surprise their opponents, and that's what they're looking for. The initial gunfight as well. Tricky takes a boatload of damage. Still 85 HP. He pushes the defender out. Android has to drop down towards the A-bomb side. Still, it's all calm and collected from all 10 of the players. We've seen only a single firefight take place. Nobody has died. Medals still have that luxury of the resurrection. Even if someone dies, they can be revived. But Marzel, he's looking to kill a lot more than just one person with that operator.
Well, it is the pretty much end of this entire series. Lethal are looking to take the upper hand. Fox is not going to let them do it. They are pushing in this side with as much power as possible, and that power has been added on by a revive. As I lose my tongue, for the last 3 years it's been pretty hectic.
30 seconds
Cybele
left.
deletes one of them instantly. Got Vexy falls, as now it's a 3v3. The plant goes down, and Android needs to find that kill. The fight goes towards Android. Tricky gets one. What a time for him to wake up. The wall being broken. Android gets one more. Tricky dies, and it is Lethal Esports. Ladies and gentlemen, Lethal qualify for the group stages.
Oh
Spike's
my
dead.
god.
You're welcome.
Look at Android right now. Hand shaking. He knows just how important that clutch was. 13-11 in the most poetic way possible. After losing on Bind 11-13, taking the win on Ascent 13-8, Lethal Esports win out the map of Fracture 13-11, and the best of 3 comes to an end. Boy, if you told me at the start that this was how it was going to end, I don't think anyone would have believed it. Like anyone, nobody would have believed this was going to be the result of a best of 3. Oh.
Yeah, I didn't believe it myself. I didn't know what was happening after the first map went down. I thought, wow, this is an interesting best of 3. Lethal could probably lose it out 2-0, but he came back, won the map of Ascent. Now Fracture. What a game this has been, and to come back from 11-7 to win that as well. Metal had such a great start on this game. They were up by so much. They had such good techniques putting in. But Metal, losing this is only going to throw them in a much more of a worse state. Having won a game 4v5 and to lose it in the end as a 5v5.
Oh, I mean, Metal Esports as well, you know, it's going to be so much heartbreaking for their side. You feel for Metal. Because, alright, you know, I'm going to say this to the audience. No matter which team you support, if you're a Metal fan, if you're a Lethal fan, or if you support some other team, or like me, you support no teams, you like each team equally. You have to feel for all 10 of the players out here and what they have gone through in this best of 3. You have to respect the sheer amount of work they've put in. I don't care what kind of results they had. I don't care about the plays, the memes, the whiffs, the clutches, the aces, whatever. It doesn't matter to me at all. What matters is just, you know, the sheer amount of work that was put in. And yeah, there were instances of, you know, a couple of whiffs as well, Badman doing that. But still, you can't count out the entire team because they lost, because they had these bad rounds. Everyone's got bad rounds. It's the fact that they still went back, and it's the fact that they lost in such a close manner. Universe, both the maps that we saw, the first and last, Bind and Fracture, it was a matter of one round. Lethal could have pushed it into overtime on Bind and vice versa right here, but for Medal, it could have been either way. It could have been a 2-0. It could have gone to the decider. Anything could have happened, but it's because these players, they gave the performance of their life. Truly, in my eyes, they did. The 4v5, the Lethal striking back on Ascent, and then the 13-11, the 24 rounds that we saw right here on Fracture. Everything was, it may not have been perfect, but it was just full of energy, and it was the lives and the souls of the players being poured into this very best of 3.
Yeah, this was an absolute banger of a game. It went up and down for both these teams. Metal had the most of the, you know, kick in the earlier part of this match, and they could have finished it all up. They could have actually had it, but I don't know what happened. They slipped and slipped and slipped from 11 to 7 to 11 to 11 and then 13 to 11. And they get a taste of their own medicine. They beat Lethal in the first map in a way that we've never seen before by any team. And then to lose out here on the map that they actually had, you know, a lot of practice on. It's heartbreaking to see that, but it is what it is. It is going to be Medal to retry their run in the qualifiers. And we will have Lethal Esports, ladies and gentlemen, our first team from the qualifier to make it to the group stages. They will be starting their journey in the Challenger Series in the main event on the 23rd of July. And they will be fighting there to get themselves a place in the TEC Arena. Whereas
Exactly.
Medal, they're going to have to start all over again from square one.
Yeah, Medal Esports for their side, really tough luck. They gave it their all, their previous matches as well, man. It shows the amount of work they put in. But no, it's going to be a win for Lethal Esports. And bravo, excellent performance from everyone. This time, a lot more consistent in terms of kills as well. We can see Sensei 12 kills. There is there may be a theory that okay, him not being on the Chamber Fracture, definitely, you know, it's him settling with this new role, and we've seen a bit of that throughout the entire BO3. But it still shows that Sensei will frag out of his mind, like whatever role you give him. And you know, whatever kind of agent archetype he's playing, and he's only going to get better from this point forward. Otherwise, Lucia, I've given him the title Mr. Consistent for today because that's exactly what he has been. 21 kills on this map as well. Marzel, 23. Fox with 26 kills. As a breach, as an initiator, the rolling thunders, the fault lines, the flashes, man, we've seen the breach plays for every single map. And every single time, it did not disappoint. Great performance. Tough luck, though, for Medal Esports.
Yeah, indeed. With that, ladies and gentlemen, it is the end of our day and the end of the day for Medal as well as Lethal. Medal will have to go through another week's worth of qualifiers, and Lethal have earned themselves a week's worth of rest, which they will be putting to good use, I believe, when they head to the group stages. Because right now, as it stands, Medal have done all of this work, as it sounds, for almost nothing. But we will find out. There's going to be a couple of things that's coming our way, ladies and gentlemen. There's a lot of things that I'm pretty sure that you guys don't expect that's going to be coming our way, which you will find out very, very soon. So while Medal have made it all the way here, and they might not have qualified, for the main event, for the group stages, they have another chance. But even if they don't qualify there, there's something coming around. Let's just leave it at that. But let's see how it works out for these teams. There's a lot to work around. But for the moment and for tonight, that is all we have. Thank you for joining us. And if you have liked what you saw, please go ahead, hit that like button, hit that big red subscribe button, because it helps us go a long way to provide you with the Valorant content. And there's a lot coming in. You know that big bad LAN is coming your way. And if you want to make it to that LAN, register yourselves, get yourselves your tickets, go to the website, go to the description down below, the pinned comment on the chat, hit those links, get yourselves those tickets, register yourself, and we'll see you in Bangalore. And we hopefully will give you as much of a good time as you would expect from a LAN, because this is not just a Valorant final LAN, it is an esports festival. It is a gaming festival for 3 days, the 12th, 13th, and 14th of August. And of course, it could not be possible without our brilliant sponsors, AMD Ryzen and Windows 11, who present the Challenger Series by the Esports Club, powered by Crucial, of course. Go ahead and check out their products. They've got some pretty great ones out there. You know the processors are amazing. You know that the OS is amazing. And you know that the storage units of Crucial are just the best out there. Thank you for joining us, ladies and gentlemen. We will see you all tomorrow when the new set of the Qualifier 2 matches begin. Straight up journey yet again, as what we've seen for the last 5 days. We will see a new set of teams, some of the old ones as well, fighting it out for the last 2 spots, or last 3 spots on this in this prestigious tournament. We'll see you all. Good night and happy gaming.
From the legends of memory and storage, Crucial brings you the ultimate performance in gaming. Legendary products, precision engineered for speed and stability. Crucial Ballistics. legends of memory and storage. Crucial brings you the ultimate performance in gaming. Legendary products. Precision engineered. For speed and stability. Crucial ballistics.